Morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the final round coverage of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship at Tollygunge Golf Club 2023. This is a prize purse of 1 crore rupees, the first event here on the PGT of India. The par for this course is 70. Leader from day 3 is Sachin Besoya at 15 under par, followed closely by Harsh Gangwar at 13 under par. Varun Chopra follows at 12 under, followed by Aman Raj and Angad Chima at 11 under par. Look forward to an absolutely exciting day of golfing here, and probably also a day full of birdies, as I'm joined here by my co-host Shaurya Singh, and I am your host Rahul Bajaj. Weather today is at 21 degrees centigrade, and it's a nice sunny day here in Calcutta. The greens are lush, so are the fairways, and the greens are rolling at a great speed of around 10 on the stimp meter, and very, very true. So the only thing remaining now to be seen is how are the players doing? Are they also true to form as the greens are?
For that introduction, Rahul. The weather is perfect. Golf is not too bad either. We are seeing our golfers producing some good rounds, and none more so than Sachin Besoya, who's currently sitting on top of that leaderboard and primed for that big purse, as he just pointed out, 16 lakh and some change. As we have a look at the top 10, it promises to be a really exciting day here at Tollygunge Golf Club.
A strong field this week. Players like Udayan Manik, Halan Joshi, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Varun Parekh, Om Prakash Chauhan, Kshitij Naved Kaul, and Adil Bedi, all in the fray, including rookie Aryan Rupa Anand, who just won the qualifying school at this very golf course just the previous week. The tournament has a total field of 126 players, with 123 professionals and 3 local amateurs who started to compete in the event. A lot of international names here as well, which includes rookies Varun Chopra from the United States, Andorra's Kevin St. Rigel, Japan's Makoto Iwasaki, and Canada's Minwoo Park. Also, we have the foreigners who are the regulars on this tour: Sri Lankan's Mithun Pereira, Anura Rohana, N. Thangaraja, and K. Prabhakaran. Bangladeshis Jamal Hussain Maula, Badal Hussain, and Mohammad Akbar Hussain. Nepal Sukra Bahadur Rai also joins this list.
Live on our screen, Prakash Chauhan with 7 victories already on the PGTI. So had a fledgling career thus far. Consistent performers on tour, coming from humble backgrounds and rising to the top of golfing echelons in India. Om Prakash Chauhan has modeled his game around a left-right movement, favors the fade, as we have a look at Karan Pratap Singh from Aravali Golf Club, Faridabad. A precocious young age, only 22, so has his entire career ahead of him. Exciting times to be a young man and playing such splendid golf.
Absolutely. In the background, we also have Angad Chima just wrapping up his breakfast and probably getting into more of a meditative mode before he gets on to tee off, as we take a look at Karan starting off the day here on the final round.
Nice athletic golf swing.
Absolutely. And what were you doing at the age of 22, Shaurya, is what I would like to know.
I was mulling over life choices. I think 22 was the time I turned professional. So that's pretty much where my story sort of came to a halt.
2023 is also when you went to try to turn professional.
Yeah, that number, I think, something to do with 22. That time I'd actually won my last 2 tournaments.
Here we have Aryan Rupa Anand doing even one better at 21.
That swing. That young man is really shooting a lot of low rounds. Strong left-hand grip.
Also, incidentally, yesterday's 68, which was, of course, a round which he started off not so well, but in the back 9 ended up shooting 5 under par to shoot a 2 under total for the day. Aryan Rupa, of course, showing how good form is right now for him. In fact, I believe that 2 under par is perhaps his worst round on this golf course in the last 7 that he's played over here competitively, which is last week and this.
I would think, yeah, that's his worst round over the last 2 weeks in the Q school and now here. So just showing a fantastic pedigree is in early on. And what I really liked was that that round was going sideways for him. He was able to salvage it and have a blistering back 9. That shows you that definitely does have a lot of metal.
Absolutely. In fact, I think that if Aryan Rupanan can sort of get that form into play, as we get back to the live action, as I was
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Sure. Is also a new rookie, so as to speak. Then you have Varun Chopra, Aman Raj, and Angachima, only two winners there. So Karan Pratap Singh as well hasn't won a tournament. So for Aryan Rupa Anand, if he can just shoot a low number, I think it's almost guaranteed that he would get himself in the mix, and maybe a 6 under par or 7 under par should be more than enough.
I think most importantly, I mean, I don't think it's really to do with what kind of a number that he needs to achieve at the end of the day, but enough pressure put onto the leader Sachin Besoya and even Harsh Gangwar for that matter early on in the day by probably getting to about 2 or 3 under par by the time the first 5 holes are finished would be perhaps a good way to sort of add on the pressure and the funny things that pressure can do.
Yeah, absolutely, and most of the time it's the leader who feels it the most. So if Sachin can see in his rear view mirror that there are players who are making birdies and droves, that is going to put a little bit of heat on him, and I'm pretty certain that Aryan would be hoping for that at this point in time.
It's interesting to see how Om Prakash Chauhan practices a very, very languid-looking golf swing, but when you really see him hitting the golf ball, he compresses a lot of that golf ball between the turf and the club.
He has a very unique sort of swing, but moves his entire left side and has a lot of lean on that shaft and really digs in deep. Able to compress the ball kind of a little across it as well.
Absolutely, he keeps likes to keep the face a little bit open at address, and sort of gets to his left side pretty quickly and keeps moving, and really does pack in enough of a punch on the ball because of the way he gets the club trailing behind him. So really good ball striker. In fact, don't go by the unorthodox look of his golf swing. Rather, he probably is one of the better ball strikers out there, especially with his irons.
Yeah, he has that enviable heavy hit. That's something that I always saw with better ball strikers. They take a lot more of the turf, and it really does compress the ball, and he's one of those players.
Absolutely, really gets into it. As we take a look now at Karan Pratap Singh.
These players in good position of the.
Karan Pratap also making the most of that last week's experience here at the Tollygunge Club. Coming up from the right first cut here on the first fairway. First hole here at Tollygunge is a 405-yard par 4 with almost like a tunnel-like vision getting into the fairway. Karan Pratap Singh seems to have overshot that green by almost a mile.
Got what they call a jumper. So that's going to be about 20 yards over the green, and that can happen early in the morning when you're hitting out of the rough. There is a little bit of dew, and maybe a little bit of that water got stuck between the grooves and the ball, and the result is a flyer.
Also, good notice is that Karan sort of like went straight away for the flag stake, and coming out from that lie, going straight away for that right tuck pin position. Not the most prudent of approaches. So been on the left side could have given him a little bit more room to sort of let it release and stay around the putting surface. As we take a look now at Aryan Rupa Anand coming in from the right side of the fairway. Really like to see a ball that starts about 10 or 15 feet left of the hole and sort of shapes back towards the flag location. That would be pretty ideal shot coming in for Aryan. And seems to have short-sighted himself here on the right side of the green spot in the rough over there. That's going to definitely require a bit of an effort. He'll need a flop shot with a soft dropping angle of the ball. As you can tell, the man with all the experience behind him, Om Prakash Chauhan, coming up onto the green, and the two youngsters seem to have gotten themselves into a slight amount of a weak spot there.
Aryan definitely has his work cut out. Could be frayed nerves or maybe adrenaline. Definitely one of the two. As we've seen this week, players have the uncanny ability of hitting really good chips around the green. So let's see if Aryan can carry that trend on. Interesting situation developing here on the first. We'll see that the display wires have actually impeded upon his swing, so he'll be able to move those aside as we have a look at Angad Chima limbering up on the tee. Karthik now. I see a lot of players opting for the rescue or the driver. There are not many that go with the 3-wood. That's something rather unique. I'm not seeing many fairway metals on this hole.
There's a couple of things, I think, a couple of reasons why that happens. One is, of course, that this, keep it in this fairway is a little bit of a tighter tee shot. You want about 250-yard ball minimum, to sort of be in a good position to hit your second shot. That being one. It's more important on this hole to be in the fairway because the green is fairly big. And there's a local rule which basically gets the 9th hole fairway sort of out of play for the players. So if you remember the last time that we were at this very golf course, the OB line, there was no OB line on the 9th hole. So this tournament around, there is an OB line on that 9th hole. So players, of course, want to make sure that they are not going towards that side.
There you have the man with the hat opting to have the shades on today. Raj hailing from Patna Golf Club.
Raj there with a customary hat as well as his customary pre-shot routine. Prolific golfer, winner on tour, and also a very solid golfer overall, including long game as well as short game. Not the longest of hitters, but everything, all things put together, he's a really, really solid competitor.
I would think that the swing path that he has, it would be more rotatory, but it's not. It's a little steep and a little handsy as well. So not the most orthodox swing, to say the least.
Absolutely. In fact, that's what brings us to the point. You generally tend to be the kind of golfer that, as we take a look at Angad, and we'll get back into this chat very soon.
A lot more conventional, free-flowing swing. Always holds that finish and is rather pleased with that shot, as you can tell.
One of the things that you'll go to notice.
This is steel, And this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Right off the tee box is so requiring the players to hit the ball really high, and you see that with Aman fairly instantly. Pretty much every golf shot that he hits has got a very high launch angle, and that really goes to show, because he spent all of his childhood playing and sort of honing his skills at that course. Similarly, if you go and see, players who come from Delhi Golf Club, pretty much always straight off the tee box. Tight fairways don't really sort of unnerve them. And then you have players who come in from a golf course like Chandigarh, and they're usually, high launch ball strikers, but also very long hitters. So, we see this sort of pattern with players coming in from different golf courses, and Om Prakash Chauhan certainly leaving it short of the hole isn't his pattern.
With home course, actually, it should be the other way around because he does play on slower greens, so I would expect that to go beyond the hole. But obviously, that is said in jest. These greens are rolling really well, and that's one of the things that an experienced player does. Maybe just leave it short of the hole. He knows that the one coming back might be a lot more difficult. As we have a look at Aryan, who's having his fair share of struggles early on. After that drive, you would have expected him to have a birdie putt, but lo and behold, he has a 20-footer try and safe par. Oh, this is a brilliant effort there, but he would go on and drop that shot. So seems like a little bit of an error here on the first hole. Uncalled error.
I think this is also one of the things that you sort of learn along the way. And if you notice, Om Prakash Chauhan putting himself almost about 100 feet away from the hole, but a green in regulation, and sort of making it count in a way. And both these players trying to go straight away for the flagstick early on. Karan Pratap Singh would have made a 4 here after hitting it past the green, and Aryan Rupa Anand, of course, got stuck in a bit of a tough lie in the right rough there, giving himself a shot for par, but wouldn't be for now.
Think about it, Aryan did all the hard work by hitting that fantastic long drive right down the center, and then errant second shot for unforced error.
Let's see if it's much of a start for Om Prakash Chauhan, and yes, it is. It makes a 4 here on the first, sticking around at 9 under par.
Look at how comfortable he looked. But must have been all of 67 feet.
Yeah, probably a touch more than that.
Yeah, really no doubt in the way he stroked the putt. That's something that I realized, especially this time when I went to play. I realized that the better putters, they have a lot of confidence in that range, and they look a lot more assured.
Talking about confidence, this man here on our screens right now got
with which he stroked that putt. That's something that I think takes years of practice, and really that you only see that amongst maybe top 5% of professionals, if not even fewer, because it's a lot about confidence and belief in that stroke. So you rarely see them pulling or pushing a putt.
It's a good point that you make over there, and looking at that confidence that Om Prakash Chauhan has just exhibited on that putt. Number one, of course, it is the experience and the comfort of being in a situation like this as you come into the 4th round of a tournament. That, of course, having been said, the other thing is that even though you have an unorthodox action, because you know your action so well, you can still be confident with it. You don't necessarily have to have a textbook kind of an action to exhibit that sort of confidence or exhibit that sort of command over your putter.
There's a fair share of difficulties early on.
I think that flag location here on the top right of the green, just nestled above that bunker, that's what makes it a little bit tough for the players to get to that flag. And if you try to get too cute with it, I think it could land you up into places where you don't want to be early on.
Missing it towards the right. So the first hole is one that players would be happy to just make a par and move on to the next.
Next on the first tee box, we have the leader group ready to tee off at 9 a.m. here at the Tollygunge Club. Varun Chopra from the USA, Harsh Gangwar and Sachin Besoya teeing off alongside. Sachin Besoya, of course, leading the way at 15 under par, while Harsh is at 13 under par and Varun Chopra at 12 under par. Varun Chopra also happens to have competed on the Canadian Tour just the last year.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This shot is going to test everything that he's worked on. And that ball being nestled down, not much green to work with. I don't think it gets quite tougher than that. As we have a look at Warren here. Chopra. From Chicago.
Usually we see the players who are coming in with the left hand into the posture usually tend to favor more of a draw kind of a shot. Not so sure if that's what Varun seems to prefer.
On 3 now, opting to go with a rescue.
Nice action there by Harsh Gangwar and to practice his moves. Been seeing that he does do that pretty much in every shot, follows that sort of a routine.
That's quite the strong build. He's definitely built to hit that ball a long way. In that instance, distance might not be the concern, as direction might be the thing that's on his mind. Let's see if he's been able to hit that in the fairway.
Seems like it is all right. Not the kind of shots that he would like to hit, but certainly seems to be in a decent place to begin the day. Sachin Besoya, bronze medalist at the team event National Games played at Ahmedabad just last year.
I grew up going with the rescue here. You're seeing a very similar approach by all of these players.
I think we've seen today with that flag location, putting it on the putting green is more important in 2 shots than anything else, looking at where the flag location is and also looking at as the heat of the moment sort of comes into play between a couple of last groups.
We've seen that the players have had struggles to try and get the ball up in regulation on this green. Let's see if the final group fares any better. And with that, we'd like to tell our viewers that our final group is teed off. We'll look at Aman here.
A great shot there by Aman Raj coming in from that left rough. Seems like that must be his second shot or his third shot.
I think it's his third shot.
That's quite a long way for a first shot, right?
He chipped out, and that would most definitely be his third shot. As we have a look at Karthik, again with his fair share of struggles, but it's a easier side to chip from. An uphill chip, more green to work with.
Karthik shouldn't have too much of trouble with this one. He's got enough room on the green to sort of work with. He can have the ball releasing as much as he likes. Really depend on how the lie helps him. Enough chase on that ball. He'll still have about 6 or 7 feet left uphill all the way to the hole to save his par.
Going to be interesting to see how Angad will contend with this shot.
Well, if Angad's in the bunker, I think he's fine because he can exhibit enough amount of spin on the ball. If he's coming in from a not so good lie, I think that's when the difficulties will start to arise.
Seems like he is in the bunker. You can tell from that little shimmy. This group
was certainly a plugged ball, wasn't it?
Group having its fair share of struggles in order to save par.
Absolutely. Coming in, if that was a plug lie, coming in from that lie is not a bad effort there by Angad Chima, managing to still give himself about 15 or 18 feet for his par here. It's tough to get the ball stopping quickly, especially when the flag is too close to you from a plug lie, because you really want to first get it out of the bunker and then look forward to sort of stopping the chase of the ball.
See how many players from this group are indeed able to save their par. Raj, close yet so far.
That would be unfortunate. He almost had that one. It's not so nice any time to start with a bogey, right? You want to start easy of the day. You don't want to just add up pressure to yourself early on.
I think what Aman is actually missing is a lasso. He has a hat. He would have just needed that lasso, and then he could have lassoed the ball in horse riding terminology. That's something that he would have wanted to do on the green, but unfortunately, the ball didn't quite listen. And with a drop shot, Karthik would have gone to school on that. Would have helped Karthik make up his mind with regards to his line. I expect him to make this one. Seems to be a friendly visitor, which is a little more difficult for Karthik to make his putt. He has been able to compose himself after that B or to have impeded upon his pre-shot routine. Fantastic putt there. You can see how much it helped him get the read off of Aman, really removing any amount of doubt that he have with regards to your line. So good par by Aman Raj.
seems like Harsh Gangwar has found himself in the left rough here on the first hole. The left rough doesn't give players too much room because you need to draw that one in quite a bit, get it onto the putting surface. Harsh seems to have hit off from there. Even where Sachin Besoya is, he certainly will not have a clear look at the center of the green. And attacking that flag location coming in from the rough might not be one of the prudent most approaches. Let's see what Sachin Besoya does pull off from there. Sachin does have a fair amount of experience of playing well on the tour. Let's see if he actually puts that one on the putting surface. And he does, pretty much like Om Prakash Chauhan putting himself about 100 feet away from the hole. 100 would be a bit of an exaggeration, but about 60 for sure.
Exact here, but that's he was pretty good shot. Good shot by Sachin.
I think that's a nice steady start for Sachin Besoya, sort of ease himself into the day instead of sort of pushing the pedal too early.
I think making a par on this hole is like gaining half a shot.
It seems like it as of now.
Especially the top 10 has seen quite a few players dropping shots on this one, so par is indeed rather nifty.
That seems to be Varun Chopra's ball, which has ended up on the back side of the green. There is an area there which connects this green to another green at the back. There will also be a long putt left there for Varun Chopra. Yet to be seen where Harsh Gangwar has landed up after his second shot coming in from that left rough.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Not really in birdie range per se.
Well, not for Aman Raj, my friend. Aman Raj is pretty good with his putter, so you might actually see that golf ball still finding its way at the bottom of the cup.
Well, I hope it does, because he is my horse for this week, and I predicted that he'll reach 17 under par. So at this point in time, like he's a little way off from that much vaunted number.
Well, with your experience of commentary and watching all tournaments, you certainly know how things can turn around. I think that front nine, especially on that final day, is very important to sort of stay steady for the leader. Otherwise, things can get very interesting going into the back.
Yeah, what we've seen, especially on the final day, a solitary bogey, won't do much damage, but if you sort of exacerbate that, and if you make a couple of bogeys, then that can really derail your entire round. So one bogey here on the first 4-5 holes is fine, but I think if you make multiple bogeys, that's where the problem starts, because then you try and force the issue and try to make birdies, and the round sort of gets away from you. So we've seen players who struggle in the first 4-5 holes, and especially if they drop more than a solitary shot, it can get difficult for them to win the tournament.
It's interesting we speak about this right now because just yet. That
like
time,
no.
would you have any ideas?
I'd like to know who was that person to be on the other end of that privileged
Well, I think
conversation.
I'd leave that to confidentiality. We'd be a little more ethical than that, Shaurya.
Patient doctor confidentiality as we have a look at Hush here and confidential about this shot. It's all right there.
Oh,
You have to execute it to perfect, otherwise you drop a shot.
and he's going with that open club face. Certainly needs to get enough spin on that golf ball, and he knows that. Does he get enough of it? Oh, what a great shot there by Varun,
That's a
by
brilliant shot.
Harsh Gangwar. My apologies. Warren Parekh runs in my mind because I just saw that he started off on the back nine and through the first 7 holes, is 3 under par for the day and 7 under par for the tournament. Quickly moving up that leaderboard.
Harsh has power. He definitely has touch.
I think we saw yesterday that he certainly possesses good touch around the greens. There's a good amount of prowess in his shot game, and especially with the lofted club, he seems to have a lot of control on that shot. Interesting to see that shot because it's a tough spot coming in from the right side. You're completely short-sided into the flag location. He's still given himself about 12 feet for par, and let's see if he can sort of make that and give himself a little more confidence as he moves into the next 17 holes. Varun Chopra from the United States of America, not wasting too much time there.
Yeah, he's very quick there. This,
I see you're quite surprised, Shaurya.
yeah, to be honest, I was expecting to see a
And seems to work.
pre-shot routine or something like that, but lo and behold, you blink and you miss. He's, must say, the polar opposite of what I am. I think this is something that I can try for my next Q score. Fantastic.
I think you've got to remember your own statement. You blink and you miss. I mentioned this yesterday as well, but that wear mark on Sachin's putter, something that it's so prominent, right in the middle of the face and so clearly visible.
A decent putt, leaving about 3 feet short. Be able to secure his par. It was quite a long putt for Varun, maybe or about 50 feet downhill, putting from that neck. He did a pretty good job.
Clearly not over analyzing it and sort of just trusting that line and going for it. I think might have that sort of a routine pretty much through and through in his game where so once you're on, you just sort of shoot. You don't wait around and think too much.
When that line reminded me from about a scene from one of my favorite movies, Good, Bad, and Ugly, when he says, "You got to shoot, don't talk." That's when Tuco is sitting and he's being pursued by somebody he wronged back in the day, and he said he got a lot of practice shooting with one hand. So he blew his hand away, and then he said, when he was talking, he was shot by Tuco, and he said, when you got to shoot, don't talk. So I think Warren, being an American, would definitely identify with that movie.
Quite the movie buff are you?
Pardon me?
Quite the movie buff are you?
A little bit. When I'm commentating, I try and think of all the experiences that I've amassed. So a little bit, I would say, not too much.
I mean, your experiences sure could teach a lot to our viewers, I'm sure. Good, bad, and ugly.
Exactly. Very well said. Hit the nail on the head and see if Harsh can nail this one after that fantastic shot from 40 yards out.
And Pratap Singh trying to make an early move on that board with a birdie on the second, 11 under par for the tournament. Currently, Kapil Kumar starting off with 3 strings of birdies.
It's really heartening to see Kapil Kumar start like that. We did see him last year in contention, and then on the final day, you'd see that where he come undone. But as you said, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. So those experiences have definitely taught him a thing or two about how to play the final day, and he's really come out of the gate strong.
Certainly, and now he's at 12 under par, just 3 shots off Sachin Besoya, and Sachin Besoya and Kapil Kumar sort of play a lot of golf together, hailing from the same city. We take a look at Sachin now putting for his par, and Harsh Gangwar just made that 12-footer for his par, coming in from tough situations and rising above them. Sachin Besoya starting with a 4 on the first. So we are using a tennis wrap around his putting grip.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Mr. Chopra there.
Well, that a bit of a head up, was it?
Not sure what happened there. We'll have to look at the replays. It happened so fast, couldn't quite tell what happened. It
certainly was very tentative. There's no doubt about that.
strange spot to say the least.
Seems like taking the correct amount of time, let me say, it should be the ideal way to put it, I guess.
I guess not.
I mean, the slow one's on my left, so
I-
that don't seem to work either.
that doesn't work either. I think this is just one of the things. It's a rubber the green. That putt
Certainly was a bit tentative, yeah.
It also broke a lot in
It-
his.
I mean, if
in
you
his
saw the
defense,
way
it-
his putter moved, the way his arms sort of moved left, you know, he definitely made a more tentative stroke. You know, not very commanding on that one.
It was down and sort of going away from him. Not too sure what happened there. I think the easiest thing is to say.
You know, like what we spoke about, you know, how Om Prakash Chauhan hit that putt.
Exactly.
You know, there wasn't that sort of confidence in it.
I think that eventually comes down to the level which you're at in terms of your putting. Om Prakash Chauhan is really good from that range. Maybe that is Varun Chopra's Achilles heel. We don't quite know.
Well, it certainly wouldn't be his Achilles heel. He wouldn't be at 12 under par after 3 days for a tournament. And he also played very well at the qualifying school last week.
Oh, really coming
That'll-
off the rails, yeah. So looks like he's not going to reach that 17 under par mark for sure. So
That'll be a boogie start for Aman Raj.
it's not what you want.
But I certainly like the way the greens roll around here.
Yeah, not that easy either for the players. They are missing putts. And coming back to the topic of Varun, I've heard that he's a fantastic ball striker. So maybe his putter is holding him back. Like a putt like this, a downhill putt, it's a tricky putt, and this is where the better putters really do separate themselves in the way that they hit the putt with confidence.
How do you like that little bent walk forward and that bent walk back?
Well, it's definitely for the athletic person. It's not the easiest thing to do when
Please don't try to emulate that. I think that could, certainly be harmful to you unless and until you are really flexible, just like Karthik Sharma.
if that walk is going to bear fruit. Yeah, right in the center.
Being very fiery today is Aman Raj. His hat, fire tinted glasses, and a fiery shirt as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first few holes have cooled him off a little bit, and now we'll need to find that fire from hole number 3 onwards.
It'll just have to rise from the belly, isn't it?
Yes, everything goes, or maybe rise from the fire like a phoenix from the ashes. But it is deflating, all things considered. You know, you are starting your chase and you make 2 bogeys. It's not the way that you want to start your final round.
The leader group seems to be ready on the tee box here on the second hole. Harsh Gangwa to go first. 160-yard par 3, the hole number 2. Mostly an 8-iron shot for the players. The angle of the shot that sort of makes it a little bit difficult. His pin also seems to be in a spot which is not the easiest to sort of go and attack. It's 25 in from the front and 5 from the right. So really using those right corners on the first 2 holes is our tournament director. Bailed a little bit on that shot. So sure where that ball might have landed up as we take a look at the leader, Sachin Besoya. Sachin not going with a tee on the ground, rather just getting some turf up and placing the ball on top of it. Usually helps with a lot of compression and sort of gets the ball more in a line that you're intending to hit. The tee can sort of, encourage you to hit a little up on it. A lot of players you will see use their fairway woods as well as their hybrids and their iron shots on the course with a little turf tuck rather than a tee on the ground. I remember G. Milkha Singh used to hit his driver off the turf like that.
Yeah, it requires a lot of precision, and precision seems to be what is on offer here at hole number 2.
Or at least in the last two groups, that's the best shot we've seen so far, and certainly coming in from the leader, Sachin Basoya, now 15 feet away for a birdie on the second. Varun Chopra.
That is the ideal way to start your pursuit of the championship. Starting strong is Sachin.
Let's see if Varun Chopra can get himself also within striking distance of a birdie here on the second. He sure would be a little gutted by that first hole.
Not too bad. 25 feet left.
Absolutely. That's, I think, again, well within putting distance. Although we saw Aman Raj there earlier, and he seemed to have sort of given that way too much hit, way too past the hole. Sort of had to give a comeback effort on that next putt. As the 2023 season begins, the players hereafter will move to the Hero Indian Open 2023 at the DLF Golf and Country Club, worth $2 million, won by Stephen Gallagher last time. After that, the players will move to play the Gujarat Open Championship presented by Gujarat Tourism at the Kalhar Blues and Greens for a prize purse of 1 crore rupees, and thereafter players will play two back-to-back Challenge Tour events at Karnataka Golf Association in Bengaluru with a prize purse of $300,000 each, almost amounting to 2.5 crore rupees in prize purse. In April, the tournaments held, two of them in the Delhi NCR region and one in Chandigarh. So lots of events to be played here for the professional golfers on the PGTI of India, and that also guarantees us all, us commentators and you viewers, a lot of entertainment and a lot of good golfing, a lot of birdies out there on our screens.
Yeah, fantastic schedule. Good golf in the offing in the next couple of months. And the best thing about these events early on is that you see a lot of international flavor. You see world level players descend, and none more so than at the Hero Indian Open. It's the big one. Lots of prize fund there on offer, being played at the DLF Golf and Country Club. That's going to be a fantastic event.
Surely, unfortunately, my mathematics is not that good to tell you what $2 million would amount to. But Shaurya, you certainly have gone to business school, so I think you'd be better off to answer this.
I don't think you need a business school degree for that, but I think about 15.5 crore and change. Fair amount of money. Maybe about 2 would be going to the winner, so lots of money to play for. As we start on our early morning coffee.
We'll need that ball to release a little bit more. Does it get very close to the hole? That'll leave him about 25 feet short of the hole, or 20 feet short of the hole, for sure. That'll be a bit of work to be taken care of.
Look at Varun. To be a little more deliberate now.
I think all the deliberation is happening before the putt, and once he's on it, grips on it, and shoots it.
Let's see if he has the correct line this time. Similar sort of length, 2.5 feet. Should be a lot easier. Right to left putt this time.
Kind of as quick as hit it, roll it, hold it.
Remembering the quote from that move, the greatest game ever played.
Absolutely.
Read it, roll it, hold it. If it only were that simple. Now we have a look at Harsh. After that, like miscue there.
Gangwar for par now on the second hole. Keep his position at 13 under par. It's good about 20 feet away. Needs to keep himself steady. Just gets into the first few holes of the day and should be okay to go from there. He's just not looking completely into the day, but certainly not looking very off it as well. But just needs to keep making those pars for now, and then should be okay to go. Seems like the scorer has already made a decision as to what it'll be.
Really wasting much time there.
Sachin Besoya for his birdie on the second.
Oh, a splendid shot by him, considering the situation. And you can see that players around him sort of floundering. This might be the time that he can step on the gas, and
he does.
That's exactly what he's done.
Nice way to do this. Sachin Besoya moving into 16 under par, 3-shot, my apologies, a 4-shot lead over Harsh Gangwar and Kapil Kumar, as well as Karan Pratap Singh, who has made another birdie on the difficult par 4 hole number 3. Before we know it, things keep changing here and evolving on that leaderboard. We might make a few faux pas here or there, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll correct them as we go. We have Sachin Besoya leading at 16 under par, 3 players at 12 under par as the leader group moves into hole number 3. .115-yard par 4 is the third hole with an OB line on the right side, a water hazard on the left side, a green which is slightly elevated, leaving the players a difficult shot to hit for his second. On the third hole, Shaurya, if you remember playing there, you would remember that as you got past like a 260-yard mark, the fairway just sort of narrows in so much because before the hazard there is still a little bit of room on the left side, but as you get to the hazard, and I think the hazard is about 250-odd yards from the tee box.
I think if I remember correctly,
the fairway just sort of seems like it's caved in.
About 245, if I remember. A lot of players ideally tee off with a 4-iron, actually keeping themselves short of that.
Yeah.
That leaves you with a long iron coming in.
That was me. I think I used to hit 2 4-irons to get to somewhere around the green, and that would be the approach that I would take over there.
I would say this is one of the most beautifully designed holes, and this golf course has quite a few of them where you see that length is not really a factor in as far as defense of the hole is considered, but intricate design definitely is.
The putter hasn't caught much of a heat yet, as have the glasses of Aman Raj.
Been a disappointing day thus far for Aman.
Aryan Rupa Anand not steadying up either. Starting off with a pair of bogeys on the first two holes. A rocky start like he did have yesterday. Sharma. That ball's going to break a little bit from the left to the right. Just didn't hold its line long enough, did it? Sharma seems to have become a little bit stronger this year, doesn't it? Or is it just...
I think the young lads definitely do spend a lot of time in the gym. They understand that the game has changed, and Karthik, you're right, seems to have added a couple of pounds in the right places.
Yeah, and it seems like strength. Doesn't seem like he's added in wrong places, like you said.
Unlike us.
Well, if you've got to sit on the chair this long, I think that's all you get. Luckily, we're not spine bending like he is.
An acrobatic putting stance, to say the least.
Good Chima, and also very, very flexible gentleman.
Like Kapil Kumar and Karan Pratap are the closest pursuers, and rest of them are just sort of falling by the wayside as we speak. Seeing Harsh dropped shot. Varun Chopra has made a bogey. Angad Chima has made a bogey. Aman Raj has made a couple. Then you see Gaurav Pratap Singh with a bogey. Aryan Rupa Anand with a couple of bogeys. So the players really faltering early on. All the top 10 players, apart from Sachin Besoya, they're having difficulties.
First look here at Kapil Kumar coming in on the fifth hole. Switch there. Harsh Gangwar coming in on the third from the fairway. It seems like Harsh has hit an iron off the tee box. That certainly is a difficult fairway to get into, as you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, now that you have a closer look at that fairway. You can put two and two together with what we said about it. And Harsh Gangwar making it to the putting surface on the third.
That's a good effort, given the fact that he could have been hitting that shot from almost 200 yards out.
Yeah, he's perhaps hitting a 5-iron or a 4-iron into this green. That's just the length of the hole. If you conservative off the tee box, you will have to deal with that long approach for the second.
All the players have been rather conservative off the tee.
Sachin Besoya seems to be on the right side of the fairway. He's hit it up there, but we aren't really certain as to where that golf ball has stopped.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
That's what you do when you start with a string of birdies, my friend. You don't make them birdies without going at the flag six.
No guts, no glory. Warren can do here. Be a very difficult chip shot, multiple levels to contend with. A lot of break from the right. Going to be a little slick as well. I think anything within about 5 feet is really good.
Certainly, I think 6 feet and in, absolutely good coming in from that angle to that flag location. Flag today is perched up on the front left part of this green.
Seems to be going with the aerial route. Maybe a 60-degree wedge. It will be pertinent to get perfect contact here. Really hoisted that up and done fairly well here, leaving it about 12 feet down in left-right putt for his par. I would think that 5 holes are the difficult ones that you really need to get through. The difficult stretch is from hole number 1 through to probably hole number 5.
Yeah, even the 6th hole is a nice little par 3, which if I'm not wrong, it's about 100 and the 6th hole as well is about 176 yard par 3. So that also I think is not the easiest of holes, but the only breather that I think the players sort of do get between the stretch from 1 to 6 is on the 4th hole.
In surveying that putt. Look at some of the other scores out on the golf course. We have Arjun Sharma, who's 2 under par for the day. Arun Parekh, 3 under par. Shamim Khan is 2 under for the day. Mani Ram Sharma, 2 under, 1 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. So Mani Ram slowly creeping up that leaderboard. Udyan Mane, 4 under for the day. Showcasing his class as we go back to the action. Downhill putt will break a little left to right. Should slow down a little bit. I think we'll be left with that 6-footer coming back to secure his par. So that's Sanjeev Kumar at 2 under today, 4 under for the tournament. Sarthik Chibba, Adil Bedi, Wasim Khan, and Dhruv Sharan all 1 under for the day. As far as the international players are concerned, you have Makoto Iwasaki at 1 over for the day, 5 under for the tournament. Mithun Pereira, even par for the day, 5 under for the tournament. Kevin Stevie Regal, 1 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament. See him currently in for a tie at 13th. And of course, you have Varun Chopra, 1 over for the day, 11 under for the tournament here, trying to save his par. And the word dropping another shot. As though it does seem like a makeable putt left to right. Yes, he's done so. Fantastic.
Well, that's certainly going to be helpful in not dropping, another shot here in the first 3 holes of Varun Chopra to sort of keep it together after that little blemish on the first hole. Moving into the next few holes, and certainly will steady him up in terms of, even just the feeling of confidence as you move forward. Feel like you've steadied the ship up a little bit. As Sachin Bessoya now coming up. And putting for power from about 5 feet away. Pretty good at these putts. And also, his putting stroke is fairly conventional. His golf swing does have a few moving parts here or there, but does make a good punch on that golf ball. This could be something that Sachin Bessoya keeping it steady on that 3rd hole as well, making that par. This is something that I think even a lot of juniors who might be watching this tournament, if at all, and there are some club golfers. Nice to see that it's that wear mark on Sachin's putter face. I think you should. Each one of us should sort of aim to sort of have that wear mark. That's the amount of practice that one should do on your putting. And that's exactly where the wear should be, right in the middle of the putter face. Back in the day, they used to say if your wedge hasn't been worn out within 3 to 4 months of purchasing it, you certainly haven't practiced it enough.
Practice does make perfect.
I believe that the grooves on your wedge, though, are intact, my friend. I think you bought that one 5 years ago.
Yes. Probably the oldest wedge still has its grooves intact. And talking about grooves, this is one that will require the grooves doing their work. Not so.
This kind of shot kind of needs you to get that club head getting fast under the ball to impart enough spin on it. Certainly didn't get much of that going.
Either that's one method or the way that Shamim Khan does it. Gingerly just.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way, that's another way to do it. Absolutely. But that requires so much of touch. What Shamim does, it's as if he sort of just picks it up like a butterfly and drops it over there.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. To be honest, I think he's one of the only few proponents of that technique that I've seen. Otherwise, this is a shot that does give players a lot of trouble.
Also, our first look at our friend M. Dharma, also coming in from a similar position as his playing partner, Kapil Kumar.
Dharma. Popping putter. Let's see how that works out. I think because this sort of a chip shot is very difficult with a lob pitch, minimal space, and you still have to accelerate. Leaving that a little short.
Certainly will give Kapil Kumar a good idea as to how he needs to go through this shot.
Won't be too surprised if Kapil actually goes and makes this putt.
Kapil Kumar certainly giving it a shot. That wouldn't get to the bottom of the cup, but certainly would end up making a par here on the 5th hole. Kapil usually hits a pull cut for his shots, but does a tremendous job of it. Pratap Singh currently at 1 over par for the day. Bogey on the third hole. Currently 8 under par for the tournament. Gaurav needs to stick around double-digit under pars if he wants to have a good finish this week. Just about shaving the edge off that hole is Gaurav Pratap Singh. End up making a 5 here. Another drop shot for Gaurav Pratap Singh early on this morning as we wait to see how the story unfolds here on the final day of the PGTI Players Championship presented by the Tollygunge Club. Nice part there by M. Dharma. Prize purse this week is for 1 crore rupees. Tollygunge Club in Kolkata is the only country club of its kind in India and ranked amongst the top 20 clubs of the world, spread over 100 acres.
Good distance.
Back to the live action. That was the players giving back to the game of golf here at the Tollygunge Club, giving a junior golf clinic to the kids at the Tollygunge Club. Tollygunge Club is known to have one of the greatest number of junior golfers who come to learn golf over here at the academy. Run by the man Indrajit Balotia, who also happens to have a course record on this golf course of 10 under par 60. Still golfing away on tour is Indrajit Balotia, and of course his academy having some of the highest number of kids across the country who are being taught the game of golf. So we take a look now at Karthik Sharma.
Massive lead, and your prediction, if I'm correct, was Sachin winning the tournament at 19 under par, if I'm not wrong.
Yep, that's right. Let's see if that's going to happen or not.
Definitely seems like
choosing a man and a number both. They have to sort of add up. So it's just a game of estimates, isn't it?
I think at this point in time, he's the only player who could really reach that number. That's why I thought 17 seems like more of a reality. But Aman Raj was the player that I picked, but Aman unfortunately 2 over par for the day. So we have a look at some of the other scores. Aryan Rupa Anand bouncing back in splendid fashion with birdies on hole number 4 and 5, taking him to 10 under par. So not in any ways out of it. I think the players who are 5 shots behind, be hoping to make a birdie or 2 in order to put some pressure on Sachin Besoya. And lower down, we'll have a look at some of the other players who are having good rounds today. Shamim Khan is one of those at 2 under par. Mani Ram, who continues to impress. Really, Mani Ram has improved his game over the last few years and manages to finish in the top 20, top 25 quite often, which is really praiseworthy. Yeah, have a look at Yashas, who's level par for the day. Udyan and Sanjeev both at 4 under for the day, 6 under for the tournament.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Seems like that's currently it's his tournament to lose, and if anybody has to try and snatch that victory from him, it's not going to come easy. Angachima on our screens also 1 over for the day, 10 under for the tournament. So very few players in the top 10 under par today. Good putt there by Gaurav Pratap Singh. Only seeing 1 drain. So that should be at least a birdie for Gaurav Pratap. Gaurav Pratap currently sitting at 8 under par for the tournament. Kapil Kumar. What appears to be at the least a birdie putt. If he were to make this, he should be going to 12 under par. Just right in the heart of the hole, so continuing that brilliant run is Kapil. As we have a look at M. Dharma going off the same line. Putt should move ever so slightly to his right. And having already seen the putt, my score player should have eradicated any sort of mystery that would have been there with regards to the line. It's rather unfortunate for M. Dharma. Seems to have been not his most glorious moment, to say the least. Big miss hit of a putt and pushing it to the right. Dharma would not make birdie. And for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023, presented by Tollygunge Club. And on our screens, we have Angad Chima, who is here at the par 3 6th and is in a spot of bother, to say the least. Look at hole number 9, the challenging par 4. This is a group of Sudhir Sharma, Samar Trivedi, and Kevin Steve Rigel. Angad Chima mulling over his choice is there. Have gotten a reprieve, a drop owing to that. Will in all likelihood have been a free drop, I think. It'll be a difficult shot though. Even embankment, slick green. Will have to be judged to perfection even to get within 20 feet.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Here, been a fantastic amateur golfer. and then has been a professional for almost a good over 12, 13 years. And in that time has finished third on the order of merit as well. It's a decent shot by Angachima, should be able to make his bogey, and that would move him further down to 9 under par. So, like his challenge is fading away. You see, one of the things that the players do in order to try and save time is that when they're out of turn, they actually take that time to read their line and prepare themselves mentally for their shot. That really does go a long way in order to speed up the proceedings. As we have a look at Aman Raj, when it's not your day, the putts don't quite go in the hole, and in a game of fine margins, that can make all the difference. Be a straightforward putt for Angad, maybe all of 2.5 feet. Well done. Able to make his bogey. Was rather unfortunate to be in a tricky spot after his tee shot. So I think he'd be satisfied with a bogey there. It was a good chip putt to make bogey. You can see when coming up with a shot like that, a lot depends on the bounce that you're able to get. And in all fairness, there's a lot of luck involved in a low shot like that. This, on the other hand, is all about skill. Very difficult shot. Not that much green to work with. You have to get the elevation as well as get some purchase on that ball. So he was able to do both. Back at that putt by Oman. Just about missing it on the lower side. The entire group not really lighting it up on the final day, having their fair share of struggles. Karthik is a bright spot who is level par in this group, as we have a look at Sachin on the par 3. If he can navigate this tee shot, it should be pretty much a done deal because he'll have a par 5 coming up, and you can see the applause from the gallery. So he's definitely done that. Seems to be in control today. It will be very difficult to unseat him from that position, it seems. Seems like a man who is in control of his game and his emotions. Often that is a challenge, especially when you are aiming for your maiden victory, to be calm and composed and still produce your best. Varun Chopra, 1 over par. I think it's imperative to make a birdie here if he is to put any pressure on Sachin. At least match him blow for blow and hit a good shot as well. Very brisk player. just run you through some of the scores. We have Sachin Besoya leading the tournament at 16 under par. You have Karan Pratap Singh, 4 shots adrift, tied alongside Harsh Gangwar. Then you have Kapil Kumar.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Kevin Steve Rigel also having a brilliant day thus far. 4 under for the day through 9. We did see him make that eagle on hole number 7, and he followed that up promptly with a birdie on the par 3/8. Currently, he is the lowest score out on the golf course, so saving the best for last is Kevin. I think a 2-putt is all that Sachin would be aiming for. And if he is able to make a birdie, that would be the cherry on top of the cake, but par will do just fine. Harsh was currently 1 over for the day and 12 under for the tournament. Maybe all of about 22, 23 feet for this birdie. Should break a little to his left right at the end.
Well, with Karan Pratap Singh and Harsh Gangwar both at 12 under par, I think Sachin has to keep his foot on the gas pedal and keep getting forward. Otherwise, someone or the other will tend to catch him. Harsh Gangwar certainly has a lot more work left to save his par here on the 6th hole. Seems like he had a little bit of over-aggression there.
Yeah, that'll have work cut out from that one. Maybe all of about 7 feet coming back. Not the ideal scenario. Coming back to Sachin, I think he could easily coast to victory here as well if he just keeps making pars and minimize the number of bogeys. I think he should be fine. 4 shot adrift. A couple of easy holes coming up as well now.
Well, as we saw earlier, Kevin Steve making a putt from off the green on the 7th hole was for his eagle, and then made a birdie on the par 3/8 hole to move up to 10 under par for the tournament. 4 under par on his front nine so far is Kevin Steve Regal. Besoya with a great effort there will be left with a foot or a foot and a half to make his par. Certainly had a bit of slowing down of the ball there as it moved up the hill as he was signaling to his caddy. Arun Chopra coming up from the right side of that flag. keeping it as quick as ever is Varun Chopra. Still have about 3 feet left to finish off this hole. This is also the kind of golf course shot that would suit a player like Arjun Sharma quite a bit, right? He's quite straight off the tee, quite a steady player overall.
Yeah, this would be ideal hunting ground for somebody like Arjun. As the two important ingredients that one would require on a golf course: a straight drive and a hot putter.
Let's see if Harsh Gangwar can put some heat on this putt. Certainly needs to add a little bit more control on those putts. Harsh trying to steady his ship, but dropping another shot here on the 6th hole after that birdie on the 5th, getting back to 11 under par for the tournament. Sachin Beswaya, the leader, now moves into the 7th hole, the par 5. Very much birdieable par 5, the 7th. Take himself up to 17 under par. Let's see if Sachin can make the most of it. Just a 490-yard hole. Most players would be having a long iron into this hole after a driver. Fairly straightforward hole, the 7th. First breath that the players sort of get out of after the first 6 holes, which are the difficult part of this course to begin with. Prakash Chauhan starting off the day with a string of 7 pars to stay around at 9 under par. Going to be a bit of an up and down there on the 9th hole, especially with that flag location. Really seems to have short-sighted himself, the player. As we take a look at Kapil Kumar. Kapil Kumar currently at a total score of 11 under par, coming up on the 9th hole. A brilliant shot there for Kapil. Will give himself another birdie opportunity here on the 9th. Rupa Anand moves up to 11 under par after another birdie on the 7th hole. As we take a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh coming in from the right rough on the 9th. Seems like he'll have his work cut out now. As we take a look at Angad Chima. Chima currently at 2 over par for the day, playing the 7th hole. Needs to get a few red numbers in, and that should definitely be helpful. 3 on the green here on the par 5 7th hole. Angad Chima will have a birdieable putt there at 5 foot.
I feel this could be the hole that could seal the deal for Sachin. If he were to make birdie, I think. What's your take on the same?
I mean, yeah, he certainly would, gain more confidence from this and sort of keep moving forward. But I think there is a long way to go. We've still got about 12 holes to play, and even though he does have a 4-shot lead, I think it's too early to say anything. I think Sachin will have to stay steady through and through the day as the day moves on. Rupa Anand is also catching up now at 11 under par. So it's a long shot away for most of these players. But having said that, only if Sachin keeps playing the way he is it that we're going to see him being the champion.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Kumar for birdie here on the 9th hole. To stand really close to the ball, Kapil Kumar. But to take him to 12 under par within 4 shots off the lead. Certainly read too much line there, Kapil. Raj coming up from the front part of that green on the 7th hole. It should be a pretty straightforward chip shot for him.
Does need to make a birdie.
Maybe a couple.
Stick shot by Aman, so should be able to make his first birdie of the day. Should move Aman to 10 under par, double digits under par, so make him 6 shots behind the leader.
Chima to make birdie after that splendid bunker shot on the 7th hole. Chima currently made 2 bogeys, one on the 1st and one on the 6th holes. Looking to make some amends over here. This putt to go back to 10 under par for the tournament. Going on to put that in the heart of the hole.
Chima as well making the first birdie of the day, capitalizing on the par 5.
Karthik Sharma seems to be a late entrant into this hole. Seems like must have had a little bit of trouble there. The players were also waiting for him back there. At a score of 10 under par is Karthik Sharma. String of pars so far up till the 6th. Let's wait to see what he does on the 7th.
Look at hole number 9.
Arun Rupa Anand split the fairway into half.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent.
like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
Angad Chima or perhaps Karthik Sharma can probably catch fire on the back nine. So I think it really is between the top 5 players here. And that also, if Sachin Besoya seems to let up, which he is not so far, as we take a look at Aryan Rupa Anand on the 9th hole, coming up from the middle of the fairway to that left side tucked in flag location. Not too happy with that swing. Leaves it in the middle of the green. No trouble though. About 20 feet away for birdie. Take a look at Karan Pratap Singh, currently at 12 under par. Birdie on hole number 7. Par on hole number 8. Let's see if Karan can get this one close enough to the hole, or at least within birdie range. Kapil Kumar after a birdie on the 7th, moving back to 12 under par. Kapil Kumar also well within striking distance. And what a great shot there by Karan Pratap Singh. That certainly was setting up for a 13 under par on that scoreboard. Let's see if Karan Pratap Singh can make that one. Om Prakash Chauhan emerging from the left rough, also seems to be slightly on the right side. Yet to see where his golf ball really is, whether it is on the putting surface or not, yet to be seen. Karthik Sharma. With that shot on the 8th hole, the par 3. 177-yard hole. Most holes over here are on the same sort of number, 170, 180-yard par 3s. Today on the 8th hole, also 24 yards inside from the front edge and only 5 from the right. A lot of
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
Yeah, we've seen how that has worked out for a few players. It's been a case of hit and miss sometimes, depending on the kind of lie that you're able to procure. Rod striding down the fairway. That birdie has done him a world of good. Seems to be a lot more positive in his outlook. Sometimes birdie is the catalyst that you require.
You certainly see a lot more chin up, chest out walking from him.
Absolutely. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully he makes a few more birdies. Just to have, although he's not hit the green, I was expecting that. You make a birdie on 7 and then you hit a good one on 8. Can sort of get your round back. This hole is not.
Seems to be in the bunker, isn't he?
This flag spin position is definitely not inviting. You see the other players also fair distance away from the flag.
I think they've gone for more of a percentage approach there, giving themselves a birdie putt by putting themselves on green in regulation. Certainly a long way away to be making a birdie. Adil Hussain, though, seems to be making some birdies on that back nine, starting off with a birdie on the 10th and the 12th. Thereafter to be at 7 under par, while far away from the leader, but certainly in striking distance of top 10 finish. Muthuar from Bengaluru also with rounds of 68, 68 and 69. Currently 2 under par for the day, 7 under par for the tournament. Again, well within striking distance of a top 10 finish. Raj coming up from that right side front bunker on the 8th. Seems like he's overshot that one. A troubled country isn't over yet for him, is it?
Yeah, this is the second time that we're seeing this weak bunker shots being overshot. Might have something to do with the sand density.
Tamim Khan now up to tie for 17th position, former Order of Merit champion and highest honor on the PGTI. So, starting with rounds of 71, 65 and 70. Currently at 2 under par for the day and moving up stealthily up that leaderboard. Now at a tie for 17th position at 6 under par. You never really count him out, can you?
Reverse the entire breadth of the green. It's going to be a difficult putt.
Watching Karthik Sharma's flexibility, I sometimes wonder whether Baba Ramdev went to him or he went to Baba Ramdev. Long range attempt here for Karthik Sharma. He'll come up just short, but not a bad attempt from that far away from the flag location. Leaves him a small tap in for his par here. Like Chima requires Karthik to move his marker just a little bit, as a marker might be in his line of play. Players can ask their fellow players to move their markers on the putting green in case they come in their line. And there are rules and means as to how to do that. So the players sort of do that accordingly. According to the rules, and Anga Chima, of course, hailing from Chandigarh, age of 33.
Yeah, I think it's increased by a year since we last spoke about his age.
Chima, former winner on the PGTI, looking for his second victory. Also played a fair share on the Asian Tour in the past years. Great attempt there for Chima. Raj for par from the back of the green over here to stop the damage.
Seems to be tracking.
Tracking it is until it tapers off to the right. Attempt there by Aman Raj. Unfortunately, seems like Things aren't coming together yet for him. Prakash Chauhan stringing away a bunch of pars, or should I say 9 pars in a row on the front nine. Turn at even par, sticking around at 9 under. Really keeping things steady, but certainly needs to push the gas pedal a little bit. He's looking to make some damage on that board. Aman Raj cleans up for bogey here on the 8th hole, par 3. Kima about 3 feet away for his par on the 8th. This one to stick around at double-digit under pars. Kima cleaning up for a par here on the 8th hole. Moving on.
Not many pursuers, apart from Kapil Kumar and Karan Pratap Singh. Sachin Bisoya currently sitting pretty at 16 under par. Aryan Rupa Anand slowly clawing his way back. He's at 11 under par and 5 shots behind, so by no means out of it. I would think the trio of Aryan, Varun, and Harsh are still pretty much in the challenge. As we have a look at Varun at hole number 8.
And certainly a good ball striker. Could actually try to get this one close to the hole if he can put enough compression on that golf ball. A good way to sort of approach this kind of a flag would be to start the ball a little bit left of the hole and let it sort of slide in with a fade towards the hole location. And I think that's exactly what Varun Chopra has done. Absolutely scintillating shot there. One of the best we've seen on this hole so far. Well, at about 5 feet for birdie here.
Creme de la creme. That's best shot seen all day long.
Absolutely, and a chance to move to 13 under par for Varun. Nice and confident swing over there. Moving into the left and sort of fading that one in towards the flag location. Brilliant shot that. Harsh Gangwar teeing up next. Also at 12 under par after that birdie on the 7th hole, par 5. Seems to be pretty happy with that golf swing. Gangwar playing it to the safe side of the green.
The ideal shot by Varun Chopra, especially given the situation that he's 4 shots behind. He needs to make something happen if he is to challenge Sachin, who seems to be coasting at this point in time. Although the 7th hole wasn't too kind to him. He didn't make birdie there, so he did have a 5-shot lead. Now it's down to 4. Could well be further stripped down to 3 if Varun can make that birdie. See how he's able to reply to this challenger, and that's a decent effort by him. 25 feet left, so ball pretty much in Varun Chopra's court. 3 shots with 10 to play if he can make that birdie.
That's the thing with golf, though, right? Isn't it? Can be as close as you want. Even a person from 40 feet away, like the other players, could end up making a birdie. You really can't count anyone out, can you? score. Sachin Besoya led the way after 3 rounds at 15 under par. Currently, he's at 16 under par. Has ended up making a par on the par 5 seventh. Hasn't really on that one, has he? Sachin also in the middle of the green on this hole, playing to the fat side of the green, as they say.
Yeah, that could be the only mistake that he's, I mean, if you can actually call par a mistake, that he's made thus far, Sachin. Otherwise, he's been pretty much going according to script. But that, that's what happens in golf. You sort of leave the door.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Sachin would benefit by seeing the speed. Courtesy Harsh Gangwar.
We do have a crowd now at 12 under par, so certainly will add some pressure onto Sachin Besoya as the day moves on. Sachin Besoya better keep moving ahead instead of stopping his attack. And attack seems like what Harsh is on. And
Fantastic. He does have the penchant doing that as he did yesterday as well, holding long shots, and that birdie will be just perfect, signaling his intent.
super putt there by Harsh Gangwar, moving himself up to 13 under par. Sachin Besoya seems to have left it a good amount short there, but still have 4 feet to navigate for his par on the 8th hole. So slowing down just a touch here for Besoya. Besoya might want to keep that foot on that gas pedal for longer. The heat is rising up. And, fun certainly is intended around here. We take a look at Chopra. Chopra to get to 13 under par with that putt.
This could really change the complexion of this tournament.
Certainly has.
Look very comfortable on that one.
Well, the idea is to keep following that same routine, and whether they fall in or they don't, and seems like Varun Chopra certainly is following that routine of his. Solo blemish on the first hole today. Not the start that anyone would want, but nonetheless, he's picked the pieces up now and up to 13 under par. Now, Sachin Besoya only enjoying a 3-shot lead as we wait for him to make par on the 8th hole.
He does have a little bit of a tester. This should be about 3.5 feet.
But as we know, having a 3-shot lead with 10 holes to play is almost nothing, when it comes to this kind of a situation. So things might actually turn up to be pretty interesting going into the back nine of this golf course.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's game on now. I predicted that if Sachin could make birdie on 7, it's pretty much done and dusted, but that didn't quite happen, and that gives the opportunity for the other players to sort of get back in the tournament.
Absolutely. We certainly know that players are picking up a shot on the 7th hole. We are seeing that the majority of players are making a birdie on that hole. So it goes to show that the hole probably playing to about 4.3 or 4.4 in terms of scoring average currently, which certainly is majority of the players towards a birdie. We've also had 2 eagles today on that hole, one from Kevin Esteve as well as one from Gaurav Pratap Singh. Moves here on the 9th hole. Like a long-range birdie attempt for Chima. A nice attempt though. Chima would still have about 3 feet for his par. But great attempt at that.
All the players would be hitting driver on this hole, right? Rahul? Hole number 9.
Yes, certainly most players would be hitting driver on the 9th hole.
It's like quite the benevolent fairway. I remember it was about 45-50 yards wide.
It's also a 430-yard hole, so you do want to get a shorter club into the green. But also the fairway is wide enough, so most players do end up going with a driver. It's a dog leg to the right, so players usually end up cutting the corner a little bit on the right side of the fairway off the tee box, and usually get a 9 or an 8 iron into the green, depending on how far they hit, of course.
Both Harsh and Varun have had identical scores on hole number 7 and 8. So, they're definitely piling on the pressure onto Sachin.
Another good attempt here by Aman Raj. That wouldn't really find the bottom of the cup. That'll be a 4 for Aman. Karthik Sharma moving in quickly to see what the ball does towards the end of its run to the hole. Chima putting for par. Just to keep Chima at 10 under par moving into the back nine.
For those of us who are joining us right now, we'd like to tell you that we are live at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023 presented by Tollygunge Club. This tournament is being played at Tollygunge Club Limited. And the prize money for this tournament is 1 crore. This is the inaugural event of the 2023 PGTI circuit. Currently leading the tournament is Sachin Besoya at 16 under par. The tournament does have a very international flavor this week with Varun Chopra in at second position, 13 under par. You have Kevin Steve Regal at 10 under par for 7th position. You have Badal Hussain from Bangladesh at 7 under par. You have Sukra Bahadur Rai from Nepal at 5 under par, tied for 22nd alongside Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka. Then you have Makoto Iwasaki from Japan at 4 under par, in for a tie of 25th position. Then you have Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh at 2 under par. Seeing that with the recent partnership between the DP World Tour and the PGTI, it has opened doors to a lot more possibilities for these players, especially the one who finishes on top of the order of merit, getting status on the DP World Tour, as Manu Gandas would get this year. And also, there has been a slew of tournaments which are lined up in the first half itself, with 2 Challenge Tour tournaments and the big one, the Indian Open, the Hero Indian Open, which will feature the who's who of international golf. The stars will descend upon Gurugram at DLF Golf and Country Club. As we have a look at Aman Raj on the par 5 hole number 10 here, going with the driver. Aman Raj currently at 2 over for the day and 9 under for the tournament.
Aman Raj could certainly pick up a shot or two on this hole, considering the straightness of his driving and his approach shots. Tenth hole is also a par 5 here at the Tollygunge Club, spanning over 510 yards. It's a fairly straightforward hole. If you're in the fairway, having a decent chance to get onto the green in 2. Adil Hussain also steadily moving up into trying to get into the top 10, currently at 7 under par for the tournament. Chima seems to be pretty happy with that one in the short stuff in the fairway. A look at the southpaw, Karthik Sharma. Sharma, very steady player, and keeps on knocking on the door. Unfortunately, we haven't seen him, get into that victory zone. Certainly has been on the cards for Karthik for quite some time. Looking at that one intently, trying to get that back into the fairway with some body English there. Seems to be okay.
Your club of choice in hole number 10, a driver?
Certainly a driver. Certainly a driver. Give yourself a shortest club possible into the green.
What kind of club would you be getting into this hole?
But whatever I remember, I certainly think it was perhaps a 4-iron or an easy hybrid into the hole, depending on where that flag location was and where the wind was coming from. And as you have gotten lost into this conversation, Shaurya, this is also the first look that your viewers have at you this morning on the final day.
A very good afternoon to all our viewers. Actually, maybe a late morning. I think that's what it is. Either ways, we're here to entertain you. for the next few hours of golf, riveting golf, I must say at that. I'm Shaurya. This is Rahul on my right-hand side, and we try and look at some of the golf. We'd encourage you to reach out to us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and let us know what you'd like to hear more of. We do have a lot of tidbits and interesting stories about the round of golf and even golf in general.
Well, an interesting story might just come out today with Sachin Besoya currently leading at 16 under. He's got 3-shot lead, and there's a lot of unfolding still to happen with 10 holes to go. And Varun Chopra and Harsh Gangwar seem to be hitting him and not losing him alone, leaving him alone as of now. So,
Yeah, this it looked rather benign after 6 or 7 holes, but now it's turning out to be a little bit of a cliffhanger, if I may, with 3 shots in it and a couple of pursuers. All that you could have hoped for is turning out to be a little bit of a blockbuster movie after seeming like a dud. So I think pressure can do funny things to professional golfers, and Sachin is definitely feeling it from Varun and Harsh, who are not backing down.
Varun Chopra down in the middle of the fairway here on the 9th hole. A good place to attack that left side flag from. Chopra does a pretty decent job of that. He's got about 15 feet for birdie over there. Should be a fairly approachable opportunity there for Varun Chopra. He could make this putt. It certainly would add a lot of pressure onto Besoya.
Brilliant shot there. Difficult pin position just over that bunker.
Quite a bit of tough flag location today. Harsh Gangwar seems to have found himself in the left rough over here on the 9th. That'll be a difficult shot coming into this flag location for certain. Probably the only chance that he really has is to hit it towards the right side of this green and try and make an up and down, I guess.
Golfers try their luck by running it through the bunker. Maybe if he...
Yes, but the rough is a fair amount, and when the rough is like that, running it through that rough and then through the bunker is really asking for God's help, to be honest.
If you have to win a tournament, you need someone on your side, and that might be what is needed at this point in time for Harsh. He has taken out his yardage finder.
We're trying to find out what that ball's going to max out at. Interesting to see what kind of a shot Harsh then decides to pull off from there. Is he going to play to the right, or is he actually going to take a lofted approach? It seems to me that he's going to play this shot towards the right side. You should know by the practice swings that he makes. He certainly seems to be making very similar practice swings to the ones that he usually does.
Feels like the only option would be a low shot from there. I think he can keep it below the branches. Just give himself a shot for par.
That would also be a wise approach from that position. Almost seems like too many trees are hanging on his way to the flag, at least. He has gone for the right side and leaving himself, seems like about 30 yards short of the green as of now. Maybe a little less than 30 yards short, actually. Certainly in up and down range, Harsh has been showcasing us to us some good wedge play around the greens, and I think this shot should be right up his alley.
Yeah, I think he should be able to beat par given his good prolific short game skills.
Get on to the 10th hole.
Good shot right there. That was Angad Chima there from the fairway.
Chima 2 on the 10th hole, the par 5. That certainly was Chima. Seems like he's gone with something of like a 5-iron, perhaps. Enough height on that golf ball to drop on the green and be able to bite into it even with a long club.
He does and that helps him to hit those high towering iron shots, and shows you the advantage if you can hit the ball high, especially coming in on a par 5 like that, able to pitch it and stop it on the green.
Gangwar would need something of a spinny pitch shot over here. Get this one close to the hole. It's certainly about 30-yard shot of the green. Pretty well placed actually for this shot. Nice angle into the flag location for Harsh Gangwar. Certainly needing to keep that par in his pocket. Any damage to be made, and great shot there by Harsh. Certainly leaving himself a makeable par here on the 9th hole. Pretty textbook action there, Harsh Gangwar. Chopra for birdie here. Very much a makeable birdie opportunity to move to 14 under par. As we take a quick look at Kartik Sharma coming up from that bunker on the 10th hole. That's a tough shot coming in from there. Long bunker shots certainly are some of the toughest shots in golf. Coming up from one seems about 60 yards away from the flag. Really difficult shots to control and fly them all the way there. Difficult to also reduce the spin of them, especially coming from that kind of a situation to this kind of a flag location. Certainly can't impart much of a role on it. Kartik, long range birdie attempt now for him. So yeah, missing that putt there. And Pratap Singh with another birdie on hole number 11 has moved up to 13 under par. We do have a crowd now at 13 under currently with Harsh Gangwar and Varun Chopra in that along with Karan Pratap. This is not going to be an easy back nine, but certainly interesting for the viewing. Gangwar for par here on the 9th. That'll be a splendid par here if Gangwar was to make that. Superb par there for Harsh Gangwar, keeping himself at 13 under par, moving into the back nine on this final day. Gangwar, first year as a professional golfer, to be all set for the victory. Just plugging away this way, I think victory might not be far away. Scrambling it well here on the 9th hole is Gangwar. We take a look now at the leader, Sachin Besoya, just about using the right lip to get inside the hole. Sachin Besoya drops his first shot here on the 9th hole. Moves down to 15 under par, while Karan Pratap Singh, Varun Chopra, Harsh Gangwar keep the heat on at 13 under par. Now only a 2-shot deficit to the back nine certainly is going to be a show.
Yeah, this is changed rather quickly, to be honest. He had a 5-shot lead, maybe not more than 30 minutes ago. And now he finds himself neck and neck with these other players, and that's what golf can do. Karan Pratap Singh has joined the trio as well. Phil Kumar.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Seems like the total that I was looking at seems a bit of a far reach as of now, doesn't it, Shaurya? The total score certainly seems to be on your side.
Yes, I'm not sure if they'll even get to 17 under par. It could be maybe 16. 16 might not be the number, but yes, it's the final day jitters, and players do get a little wary. And also a little draining be competing, and especially when you're running down the gauntlet, so as to speak.
Varun really getting in a lot of body speed into his shots. Really less amount of arms used and more amount of body used through the ball. Really, the power play is actually absolutely scintillating.
He does remind you a little bit of Tony Finau. I don't know how.
I think it's his build and his looks that you probably think that he does look a little bit like Tony Finau. But swing-wise, I think Tony Finau probably just stopped at halfway at the backswing.
Yeah, but he also is a quick player, and so is Warren.
Well, there's quick players are usually doing better off than.
Slow players are a dying breed, and thankfully so. As we have a look at Harsh here. No hat for Mr. Harsh.
A nice conventional looking golf swing, nicely through the ball, and happy with that tee shot. The heat is picking up there in Calcutta right now.
Par 5 does present itself as a birdie opportunity, but need to be able to execute the drive first.
Let's see if Sachin can keep things smooth over here and get in a birdie, or perhaps even an eagle on this hole, cement his position. Currently leading by 2 shots. Certainly likes the shot. Chima for a birdie here on the 10th hole. Left his eagle attempt way short. So work to be done over here, about 6 feet away from the hole. Seems like the ball's going to be breaking slightly from his left, his right to the left. A nice birdie there by Angad Chima. Chima moving up to 11 under par for the tournament. The drop shot of Besoya certainly within striking distance as of now. Besoya would be looking to make amends on this 10th hole as we take a quick look again at Chima's birdie putt there. Bring himself to 11 under par for the tournament. Aman Raj also making a birdie here on the 10th, moving up to 10 under par for the tournament. Bit of respite here for Aman Raj. Hole is an interesting little par 4 here on the Tollygunge golf course. 370-yard par 4. Bit of a placement kind of a tee shot. Players usually get a wedge after their tee shot is in the fairway. A little water hazard in the front, so keeping it in the fairway is extremely essential. There's no run-ups allowed here on this hole. For your seconds, Adin Rupanand on the 12th for birdie. Adin Rupa with a superb attempt there, sticking around at 10 under par after 12 holes of this final day. Up for a top 10 finish in his maiden tournament on the professional circuits. Rather, maiden tournament as a professional. Confident little tap in there by Aryan. Karan Pratap coming off a birdie on the 11th hole, which got him to 13 under par. Trying to make another birdie here on the 12th hole from the back of the green. Very much a makeable length of putt. Pratap gave it a run, but will still have about 4 feet left for his par here on the 12th hole. Prakash Chauhan with steady 9 pars on that front 9. Started the back 9 with a birdie on the 10th and a birdie on the 11th. Trying to get his third birdie in a row here on the 12th hole. Tie for 6 currently for Om Prakash Chauhan, seasoned professional golfer from Mau. Only called OP by his friends here on the tour. Check out how open he keeps that putter face. Does that get into the hole and leaves it a little bit short, just almost in the jaws. Prakash would go on to make a par here. Stick around at 11 under par for the tournament. Tie for 6th position. Take a look at Karan Pratap Singh. That putt to stick around at 13 under par for the tournament. But the confident stroke by Karan Pratap. Moving on now. Hole number 13. Another par 5 coming up for these lads. th 14th, as well as the 15th are good birdie opportunities for the players. They can really catch almost 3, maybe sometimes even 4 shots here on these 3 holes. This is the respite area of the back 9. Harsh Gangwar coming up on the 10th hole from the left rough. Second shot for Harsh. Certainly can come up like a jumper. See if he's trying to pitch this up onto the green. He ends up in the bunker there, but not too bad. He should be able to get a decent line there and put in a little bit of spin on the ball, although a slight amount of downhill going towards the hole from that bunker edge. Camera work there, getting to see Harsh Gangwar's swing action, but seems to have taken the over-aggressive route, although shouldn't be too bad in that bunker. Should be able to get ample spin on the ball. Since the ball rolled up over there, certainly not a plug ball at this shot. Chopra from the United States of America coming up from the left rough as well. Chopra also comes up short in that bunker. That one's going to be a little more difficult than Harsh Gangwar's shot. Has to fly a little bit more yardage before the ball drops on the putting surface and decides to spin itself.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Sporting dramas that you're going to watch today. This is the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023 presented by Tollygunge Club. Our leader is Sachin Besoya at 15 under par. Karan Pratap Singh, Varun Chopra and Harsh Gangwar are three players trailing him, all youngsters at 13 under par. Sachin, of course, has the most amount of experience out of these gents, but seems like experience is enough on their sleeves as well. Prize purse of 1 crore rupees on offer this week. It's one of our tour partners, American Express, Women's Processing Company. Certainly a lot of drama that remains to be unfolding now as the back nine has started. All three players in that greenside bunker. Let's see who can impart the most amount of spin on the golf ball. That's the only way you're getting close to that flag location, considering that downhill that you have towards the flag. Varun Chopra, of course, has a lot of work to do over there. He's got a little more to fly and has to pitch it over that slope that you see past the edge of the green if he wants to get it close to the hole. Otherwise, that ball's going to taper off to the left.
A difficult bunker shot. Seems like he is on a little bit of a downslope as well, and will have to carry that ball the better part of about at least 35 feet and pitch it on that small little shelf. I would say the chance of getting this close pretty minimal.
Absolutely, I'd say you need to be really, really accurate with this one, with your dropping points.
Just to keep it on the correct tier will be, I think, an excellent shot.
Absolutely. You have to be pretty precise with the direction as well as the distance of the drop of the ball. Very fast, almost like he's warming it up.
And the fact is that you need precise contact. Otherwise, we've seen where these shots have ended up. Unorthodox sort of bunker stance, I must say.
Absolutely.
As as we had stated, that is a rather difficult shot, and sometimes you just have to take your medicine and maybe just try to get to about 25 feet and not get too greedy.
I didn't quite understand that. He had his left foot in front, right foot at the back, standing a little shut to the target and trying to get across it.
I'm not quite sure what he was trying, or maybe that's his bunker technique. I think that's the first time that we're seeing him out of the bunker. So
yep.
Maybe trying to come across it and try to generate more spin. That's something that he would have been trying with that shut stance. Trying to come over the top. Definitely hasn't worked out the way that he'd hoped. Let's see if Harsh can execute that better.
I put my money on Harsh to execute this shot pretty well.
Yeah, he has a much easier shot as well. Piece of determination.
Certainly, just needs to keep enough speed under the ball, get some spin on it. Very well played there by Harsh Gangwar.
Done brilliantly there. Should be able to make his birdie, leaving that about 3.5 feet short.
Well, Harsh certainly a good bunker player. We saw him yesterday holing out on the 5th. And here, nice shot to this tucked-in corner flag location on the 10th hole.
To be honest, I was expecting that ball to roll a little more, given the fact that it pitched on the downslope. I think that is the bunker technique that he does employ. Seems to have a similar stance on this one as well.
Well, this time around, it worked a little bit better. Certainly a difficult one, when you have to fly a little extra, and you also have to, make sure that you drop it on the correct shelf, like you mentioned. And when you're trying to do that, you can tend to get a little bit over cautious with that, and you need enough club to get right under the ball. But if you don't, then bunker shots can be quite treacherous.
If memory serves me right, I've never quite seen anyone employ that kind of a stance from the bunker.
Neither have I, actually.
Quite unique, to say the least. Harsh wouldn't be complaining too much. He'll be getting a good read of Varun's putt.
Seem to have missed Sachin Besoya's second as well as third shots. We shall apprise you of the situation as soon as we can. Well, Chopra is putting for par as Sachin Besoya and Harsh Gangwar try to make one more birdie here on the 10th hole.
Not the easiest putt so far either. You also see a lot of players tend to read the putts on their own and not really consult their caddy. Seems like Varun is one of them, just kind of makes up his own mind, which is good, because then you don't have anybody to blame and you can be a lot more confident in the way that you go on about it.
Well done there.
Fantastic putt there by him.
Amazing, nice save there for Varun Chopra to stick around at 13 under par for the tournament. Sachin Besoya for birdie here on the 10th hole. Go to 16 under par for the tournament.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Holds the line of them as well.
Yeah, he's got good hands around the green and able to hit those soft ones, which really do have an intricate technique in themselves. Like he's able to control the spin. He does have an exquisite short game. Does Harsh? Would have really been helped by.
I think all around pretty neutral technique there for him. Even his golf swing as well as his short game, pretty neutral in terms of the way he swings that club head. Take a look at that birdie putt, moving That certainly moves him now to 14 under par for the tournament. One shot away as of now, as we wait for Sachin Besoya to make his own.
The tables have really turned.
Wait, Sachin's putt now. Was a blemish we witnessed earlier. Replay of that. Varun Chopra coming in from the front part of that bunker. Bit of a tricky shot, that one. Gangwar coming up from slightly closer off position. That was a great execution of that shot.
I think that is impressive about these rookies, that they've been really able to hold their nerves.
Absolutely. They seem like nothing is going to unfaze them.
Especially given the situation, they've not been overawed by anything at all. This is a big tournament, mind you. 1 CR prize purse. This is one of the big ones on tour. And straight off the blocks, not really feeling the heat and able to go on about their games. It shows you the level of maturity that these players have.
Well, Besoya has missed his birdie putt and would stick around at 15 under par, while Harsh Gangwar now at 14 under par, cutting the lead down to only one shot. Ladies and gentlemen, just sit down, get some popcorn, and wait for this drama to unfold.
Yeah, Sachin would be wondering where his lead has evaporated in the blink of an eye. He was 5 shots ahead, and now he finds himself with one adrift. So he would be rather flummoxed. It's not really dropped too many shots, bar the 9th hole, but it's showing you that in the heat of competition, you really have to keep up and continue making birdies. Look at some of the scores today. Sachin Besoya leading the tournament. Karan Pratap Singh with a 3 under today. Kapil Kumar 3 under par. Kevin Estreve Miguel at 4 under for the day. 10 under for the tournament. Further down you have Udyan Mane stitching together a fantastic round. 5 under today, 7 under for the tournament. Sanjeev Kumar 4 under for the day, 6 under for the tournament. Adil Bedi 1 under for the day, 2 under for the tournament. And you have Anshul Patel 2 under for the day, 1 over for the tournament. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu 2 over for the day and 2 under for the tournament. So not really able to get his game together on this final day. But the positive side of things is that he still is under par for the tournament. As we have a look at hole number 12 with Angad Chima on our screens. Angad giving that putt a little bit too much respect, leaving that very short. We also have Aniket Sawant, who's at 2 under for the day and 1 under for the tournament. So Aniket appears to be in fine nick. Top of the leaderboard is where all the eyes are, specifically on Sachin Besoya, who's leading this tournament by 1 shot. Hasn't really done too much wrong today. Hasn't been a bad round or a spectacular one. A very mundane sort of round for Sachin at level par after 10. But his pursuers have made up ground over the last few holes, specifically from hole number 7 to 10, as Sachin has been unable to capitalize on the par 5s. As we have a look at Angad Chima, who must make this par if he's to contend. It's a really nice putt by Angad. That will keep him at 11 under par. Playing alongside him is Aman Raj. 2 over for the day, 9 under for the tournament. Much tougher putt for Aman. Downhill. Will break a little bit to his left. Will require to be executed to perfection if it were to fall in the hole. Nice assertive stroke by Aman. That's something to take away for all the amateurs and the weekend warriors who are watching. Is that you do need that confidence from that range, 5 feet and inside. Hitting putts with conviction will ensure that they go in the hole. Also, when you are aggressive with the first one, it sort of takes the mystery out of the one coming back. You know a little bit more about the line. 12th hole is short, but does pose its own difficulty. You have to place the ball in the fairway, otherwise the second shot is quite difficult. This elevated green.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
make it run a little bit more. Ended up making a birdie here on the 10th hole. Gangwar now on the 11th. My apologies, on the 12th hole. Bisoya and Harsh Gangwar both making threes on the par 3, 11th hole, 178-yard hole. Gangwar coming up from the left rough. Varun Chopra coming in from the middle of the fairway on the par 4, 12th hole. All of 370 yards. Varun seems to be going with a wedge here. Is all the way in the middle of the green, perched up towards the left side. Seems like Varun might have had a touch of a miscue there. Gangwar coming up from the left rough for this hole. Probably try to keep it slightly right of the hole. Release if it has to. Coming in from a wedge, he should be able to drop it fairly soft. Green.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra-Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to the action here at hole number 12. Mr. Chopra having some work to do to secure his par. Chin Bisoya still maintaining that one shot slender lead.
Certainly short-sighted himself, but he seems like a very interesting shot here for Varun Chopra.
Not the worst place to be, given where the flag is.
Well, I think it just doesn't seem like the worst place to be, because the lie seems to be all right of the ball. If the bat ball was nestled down a little bit, that would have been a tough shot. Sachin Besoya coming up from that right top of the green, 3 feet for par.
Even though this hole doesn't play to much of a yardage, you're seeing the difficulty that the players face in that second shot and in order to try and get it close. We've not really seen any shots here which have been close to the flag.
Simple release chip there from Sachin Besoya. Not doing anything fancy with it.
He'll really need that short game to work if he's to stave off the challenge from Harsh, Varun and Kapil.
Harsh also seems to have short-sighted himself on this hole. Would need ample spin. A little bit more release on that one would do.
Harsh has a very predictable pattern, and that's an enviable quality in a professional, especially from around the green. He seems so relaxed. Every time the ball has a similar release pattern, it's you can see how he takes the club back. Not much hinge in the wrist. A very moderate sort of technique all around.
Well, certainly very traditional and very conservative kind of a technique, but quite neutral in its approach. Doesn't look like he's doing anything fancy, but also doesn't look like he's doing anything wrong.
Oh, look at that shot by Varun. You were right. That wasn't the easiest of shot. He had to fly that ball onto the green, and he did ever so magnificently.
Little false edge over there, as you can tell. He has to certainly fly that over that edge, otherwise that ball could end up going backwards. Superb shot there by Varun Chopra.
All these players seem to be on top of their shot game, that's for sure. And this golf course does test that to the hilt. Varun Chopra now cleaning up for his par. Things are definitely getting tight here in Kolkata. There's only a solitary shot separating the leader from Harsh. On board, the leader currently is Sachin Besoya. Varun Chopra lies at third position, followed by Kapil Kumar. Also coming in with a brilliant round today. Kapil Kumar is 3 under and sits currently at 12 under par. For a moment, Varun thought that could have a chance at making birdie after that magnificent chip shot, but not to be. He would be more than happy with a par here, especially given the degree of difficulty on that third shot. Aaron Pratap Singh now. Look at Aryan Rupa Anand. Started a little slow, then made a trio of birdies on hole number 4, 5, and 7. Unfortunately, giving shots back to the golf course at hole number 10 and then on 13. He finds himself in for a tie at 11th at 9 under par. Another short par for 14th. Aryan looks a little miffed with himself, and rightly so. Not the kind of final round that he would have wanted. Kevin Steve Rigel hanging in there with another birdie and moving to 10 under par. Seems like 5 shots.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
On the toes almost since September last year.
Yeah, given those facts, that this seems to be that his worst round since turning professional, and he's currently at 1 over par, and I'm certain that he still would maybe make a couple more birdies and stave off that over par round as you have a look at Sudhir. The iron striking machine, very good iron striker, but I think this is the first time that Sudhir found himself outside the top 60 and had to make that visit to the qualifying school, much to his chagrin. It's definitely not a visit that a lot of these players look forward to. But such is the competition these days and the depth of field that you're not really firing on all cylinders. You could find yourself having to earn your card again. So it shows you that the professional golf tour of India is going from strength to strength. Even a player of the pedigree of Sudhir found it difficult last year to keep his card.
Even though Sudhir did have a top finish as well last year, we did see him playing well on an occasion or two. But, with this kind of competition, you've got to be on top of your game day in and day out, week in and week out.
I think it's not easy to even make cut now on the PGTI. 1 under par on this golf course, and believe me, it's not the easiest.
No, it's not an easy golf course. No chance. It's a short golf course, but not an easy one.
Yeah, let the yardage not fool you as we have a look at that spaceship shaped putter of Samarth Trivedi.
A spaceship that is just held by a golfing grip. That's quite interesting.
Yes.
Then he programs that ball right in the hole.
Like a fancy putter.
Technology, I tell you, going leaps and bounds with things like the putters and the drivers. The amount of technology being used today to sort of improve golf equipment is just immense. Year after year, in fact, sometimes even twice a year, we see upgrades of golf equipment and tech really helping it become better and better year on year, be it in terms of forgiveness, be it in terms of its distances,
When I spoke about spaceship, it reminded me of one of my favorite books, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If, anybody who's looking to read some fiction, I think that's the book to go to. If you go back to hole number 16.
Kapil Kumar coming off that tee box, par 4.
Should be going with the driver.
Kapil can go with the driver over here. He hits a slinging pull cut. Moved off that ball a little bit quickly, didn't he?
I wonder where that snake is today. Yeah, I'm pretty certain you must have happened to see that post on Instagram about that snake in Australia.
Yes, I did. In
a
fact,
4-foot snake found in a cup in Australia. So I was just thinking that we're not too far behind, and Professional Golf Tour of India might just catch you unawares in a bunker. And that was a mammoth one, to be honest. It wasn't really a baby snake either. I thought it looked rather menacing.
The only cup I know about right now is my cup of coffee.
What would your reaction be, Rahul, if you go to the bunker and you
I'd
find
run
your
for the
ball,
hills.
you find your ball nestled next to that snake?
I'd run for the hills, my friend.
Pretty sure
I wouldn't even stop at an airport. I'd just keep running.
Sure that would be quite a scary moment for the players. Wonder what's maybe the snake is just watching the leaders today. Karthik now at hole number 14.
Visualizing his shot now.
I can't really think of any international player who has a similar routine. Can you think of a few? Maybe Jason Day, does he do that?
No, he doesn't do that.
Rather unique in that approach.
Well, I guess if it works and doesn't take too much of time, why not?
Really hoisted that up high. Another difficult pin position today on this hole. That ball sneaking away. No pun intended.
Well, look,
or maybe sneaking closer to the hole.
Today's flag location is actually way better. What a golf shot. Well played and used the slope very much to his advantage there.
Very well. I think it's in a little bit of a bowl. And if you happen to catch the correct edge, you find yourself slowly moving closer to the hole.
Well, talking about a bowl, you don't want to be on the wrong side of that hole. Otherwise, you could make a complete meal out of that. If you're on the right side of this green, you're going to be going off the green. And then the ball's just going to keep rolling down that hill. Because this green is also elevated.
That really got better as we kept speaking.
Just keep speaking, Shaurya.
Yeah, that's what I do. And the coffee definitely helps. Aman Raj has had a rather pedestrian round thus far, a 1 over. Maybe he can turn it around here on hole number 14. I'm pretty certain that is not what he would have had in mind given his high standards. Using that backslope, maybe that should back.
You certainly saw Karthik Sharma showing the way to all of his fellow players. Using that slope on the left of the hole, feed it back towards the hole. Certainly makeable birdie opportunities for all three players in this group. Angad Cheema, Karthik Sharma and Aman Raj.
Seems that your prediction still holds true. My money was on Aman Raj to shoot a 5 under par and reach that 17 under par number, but wasn't to be, it seems. So maybe he has a trick up his sleeve with a couple of birdie holes coming up.
Well, my friend, as of now, this only seems like my golf game, only half a win.
Seemed rather high for a 100-yard shot, didn't it? Really did launch it up high.
As long as the ball feeds down the way it did over here. Cheema with his wedge play. Nice and penetrating ball flight on Cheema's wedge though. Flag and spins it right there. That was really good control exhibited there by Angad Chima, be it on the yardage or the direction of that shot. We take a look at Aman Raj.
A little higher ball flight as compared to Angad Chima. You see the longer hitters from within 100 yards are able to hit the ball lower. Is that a factor of the club head speed, Raul?
Yes, that is a factor of the club head speed, and also how you contact the ball. And a lot of that happens when you sort of drive the club through the ball along with your body, and don't sort of dig it in too deep. You want a pretty shallow approach angle with your wedges to get that sort of a ball flight, and it exhibits a lot of control on your wedges. You tend to hit it very penetrating, and also appears to be extremely straight in the air. Very difficult though for a lot of players to get extremely shallow with their wedge play, but the ones who do sort of end up hitting it like what Angad just did. One of the the players from India, Digvijay Singh.
Yes.
His wedge play always had a penetrating ball flight. In fact, if anything, I'd say that that really was the part of his game which was his advantage.
Raj seems like he's made it.
Just about get in,
There
and
you
it does
go.
get in.
2 birdies on the trot. Maybe this is the start of something special.
Just pushing it in a little bit more, and there it drops in. Chima, after that great shot, unfortunately, will not end up seeing the bottom of the cup with that birdie attempt. Chima, unfortunately, after making a triple bogey 8 on hole number 13, trying to make amends over here, but unfortunately, that was a wrong read by Chima. Currently at 8 under par for the tournament, dropping off places.
We were talking about that 13th hole, that it does present itself with birdie opportunities, but can catch you unawares as well. Triple bogey is a rather big number for that hole. A snowman.
I'd say it was right at the 13th out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's made the snowman. Unenviable 8 on a par 5.
Sharma, after feeding in that wedge shot closer off to the hole, let's see if he can make that putt for his birdie. Surprisingly, Chima's ball appeared to be closer to the hole than Karthik's. It seems like Karthik is the one going last to putt.
This is going to be a slick putt.
Solid birdie there for Karthik Sharma. Moving up now to 13 under par for the tournament. 2 shots away from Sachin Besoya. And Karthik Sharma very well in the mix for this tournament so far.
He only finds himself now 2 shots behind the leader, so anything's possible. A little slippery, will move to his right. Well done.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something marvelous. Like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
A colorful group. We have red, white, and yellow.
Will Kumar on that 16th hole now has a shot from that left bunker. Although he's lying pin high to the flag, he's got less room to work with. Ball's lying on a slight uphill, which does give him the chance to soft drop that ball, but he will certainly need to be aggressive with that shot. That shot's going to play. If he's hitting a 60-degree wedge, it's going to almost feel like it's 70 degrees. Got to be a little more attacking with that situation now.
He's done really well.
A splendid shot there by Kapil Kumar, and as news begins to flow in, Harsh Gangwar makes an eagle on hole number 13, and Sachin Besoya birdie, both tied now at 16 under par.
Harsh Gangwar getting ready for war here.
Well, he seems like he's on a solo war and not a gang war.
Got the remit. He's making birdies and eagles and been able to usurp Sachin from that pole position. Sachin would be wondering, what do I have to do to stave him off? At this point in time, Sachin's playing well. He's 1 under for the day, and
Well,
that 5 under, that 5-shot lead has just disappeared.
with 5 holes more to go, I think this is anyone's game, and clearly Harsh Gangwar as well as Sachin Besoya, both of them, going neck to neck. Last 5 holes, though, will be a little bit difficult because they are not the easiest, but 14th and 15th do give the players a chance to make birdies. So we're going to have to wait to see who is the one who's going to do that. I mean, last year we saw excitement still carrying on till the last hole between Viraj Madappa and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. And it took that 40-footer on the last hole to win the tournament. Let's see what will happen this year. M. Dharma on the 16th hole.
I think one thing for sure, this golf course always serves up a lot of excitement. You're seeing Gaurav Pratap Singh making 3 birdies on that back 9, moving to 12 under par. Not that far off either. Maybe he can make a couple of birdies on an eagle. Who knows? Anything's possible on this golf course. Just the victory aside, there is a lot of money to be played for. I know that the players are playing for the love of the game, but handsome check never hurt no one, as they said.
Well, as the time is progressing, Karthik Sharma is the only one left at 13 under par now. He's the closest competitor to Harsh as well as Sachin. So I think this really is now between Harsh as well as Sachin Besoya.
What I'm also really impressed by is Harsh has turned conventional wisdom on its head. Being green on, he's not really tried to play, bide his time and learn the ropes. He's just he's taken the opportunity and he's delivered.
I think it almost seems like it's going to be a 5-hole match play from here on.
Yeah, I think they are 3 shots adrift of the others, so it has turned into that, and given the fact that both of them are playing together. But I would say the onus now lies with Harsh, because he is definitely the one with the momentum.
We take a look at the replay of Kapil Kumar's shot. A really brilliant shot there from that left side.
GPS with a handsome effort there.
Kumar, solid par here on the 16th hole for him. As we move back into the live action, here is a 356-yard par 4. 15th is a 311-yard par 4. These two certainly would be important holes now going into these last 5 holes with the leaders joint at 16 under par.
Back at hole number 16. My apologies, hole number 14. Could see a couple of birdies here, given where the flag pin position is.
Well, that's the only way to go right now. Sachin Baiswaya with a good effort there, 15 feet. And
This should
and
roll
going towards the hole.
closer to the flag as we speak.
Pretty much following suit like Karthik Sharma earlier today.
Yeah, spun to the left. That ball spinning to the left killed the momentum a little bit. Had it spun to the right, that would have been a lot closer. Yet to figure out where the other players are. Seems that somebody is in a spot of bother on the left there. The Harsh
Gangwar seems to be caught up in that left rough.
seems that he has a line.
I think he should take a similar approach, like what he did on the 9th hole from that left side situation. Play it towards the right side of the green and then let the up and down do the talking.
Not too bad, but I think he would end up in that bunker. Just short of the green there, so leaving himself an opportunity for an up and down.
Well, the greens are elevated, but considering that lofted shot that he seems to hit pretty well, I think it should not be much of a botheration for Harsh Gangwar, although having not much of room between the front edge and the flag, I think it might be a little difficult to impart enough bite on the ball. Sachin Baiswaya, of course, has given himself a birdie opportunity. These next few holes are going to be very, very important for these players.
It's becoming rather interesting on top of the leaderboard. I'll look back at Varun. Varun's also tumbled down the leaderboard with that double bogey on hole number 13, the ominous 13th.
Nice wedge shot there, though, by Varun Chopra. Right at the 13th is really taking a few down, isn't it? See quite a few big numbers there today.
As we have a look at the Order of Merit champions, Shamim Khan, the multiple Order of Merit champion, Manu Bandasi, most recent champion. Back to the live action here at hole number 14. It's going to be an interesting view what kind of approach he will take this time. Is it going to be similar sort of soft shot, or will he try and impart a little more spin?
See, Harsh seems to be a fairly composed through and through. Pretty good effort there from Harsh Gangwar. Like I said, it'll be difficult to sort of put enough bite on the ball owing to the distance between the front and the flag.
But he did go with that disciplined approach. Didn't try to get too fancy with that. Stuck to his game.
I think
And
that's
I think
smart.
executed it well also because he pitched it where he could.
Absolutely. There is that little release over there, and because there is no distance, the player can't really impart too much spin on the ball.
Yeah, I think there's not much more that he could have done.
Absolutely. He will have to rely on that flat stick to save his power over here now. As we wait to see what Sachin Besoya does with that 10-foot of birdie.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
At this point of time, and also it is going to add that little touch of extra pressure onto Sachin's birdie putt as well, if he's to make this one.
But if he were to miss this,
It could well be a two-shot swing, my friend.
exactly. So essential that he hold this putt.
And tough one to get back from because of the leftover holes. What a superb par. Another great scramble par here for Harsh Gangwar.
Showing the gallery that he is made of stern stuff. Young man, indomitable spirit. Look at that tiger fist pump, well deserved. Shows you that if you have the discipline and the technique,
Sigh
He
of
really
relief
backed-
on his face, isn't it?
he backed himself with that chip shot, giving himself a 10-footer for par.
Varun Chopra has also made a birdie here. He certainly had a sigh of relief there after that ball dropped in the hole.
Yeah, but Varun looks like he's smarting from that double bogey still. Not able to shake that off. Obviously, that is sort of put himself out of contention going to that double bogey.
Well, let's see if Sachin can take the lead on his own now. This is probably one of the best opportunities at hand, Sachin.
Oh, not to be.
That'll be a par for Sachin Besoya. Lead will stay at 16 under par, tied between the two players.
He recognized that was a guilt-edged opportunity that's gone a begging.
It's interesting to see that Sachin over the past 4 rounds, with rounds of 64, 66, 65, and today currently playing at 1 under par for the day, has actually made a bogey a day. It's been bogey on day 1, 1 bogey only on day 2, and only 1 bogey on day 3. And today also, so far, he's already made 1 bogey, and hopefully that was the last one that we get to see. On the 17th, we've got now rookie Aryan Rupa Anand. 17th is a par 4, dog leg to the left. Rupa Anand going with a long iron. Perhaps is a 4-iron off the tee box for him. A touch of draw over here and should get nothing more than a 9-iron perhaps into the green. Karan Pratap Singh also following suit. It's almost a crowd here on the third position. Gaurav Pratap Singh making amends there with birdies on 11th, 13th and the 15th to move up to 12 under par. There's a crowd of 4 players now at 12 under. My apologies, 5 players. Gaurav Pratap Singh, Om Prakash Chauhan, Karthik Sharma, Aman Raj and Varun Chopra. 4 shots away, fighting for who is going to finish third at this moment.
OP. Really brisk swing. Reminds me a little
Always.
bit of Nick Price. That very
Very
fast backswing.
well compressed golf ball. Always, pretty much through and through very good with his iron play. Can spray his driver a little bit once in a while, but not too often. His iron play is quite scintillating. Control on the flight as well as the distance is just amazing that Om Prakash Chauhan has. Really goes to show the hard yards that he has put in to his game. Very much a sort of self-made swing and a self-made game is what Om Prakash Chauhan possesses. Multiple time winner on the PGTI.
7 times to be precise. Quite a few victories. I think he's been a prolific winner, if memory serves me correct. I think he's been winning almost. He wins an average about a single tournament a season, but he wins every season. I think last season would have been the one that he didn't win, I think.
Yep, but he was pretty much knocking the door every other week. He played pretty consistently last year as well.
Yeah, that's owing to his strong, consistent ball striking, especially his irons. Very impressive with the irons.
Kapil Kumar not really taking off on that early charge today on the 17th now. Currently at 11 under par. We see Kapil does this quite often. He sort of, blows hot and cold.
Yeah, seemed to have run out of steam on that back nine. I think he should draw the positives. At least he's able to get himself regularly into contention on a very competitive tour.
Like a bit of frustration setting into him.
Shows that his game is trending the right way.
M. Dharma with that very peculiar way of addressing a putt. Always in the red and black on the final day is M. Dharma. Currently at 6 under par for the tournament. 2 over for the day. Rounds of 68, 70 and 64. Going into the 18th hole and the 72nd hole of this tournament. Karthik seems to have found himself in the right rough over here on the 16th hole. He will have to maneuver this ball a little bit. Although today the flag is on the left side of the green, so might not be the worst of spots actually. Could actually attack it from there, unless too many branches are coming in his way.
We shall soon find out.
Well, too many branches in our way for sure right now.
Let's wait and watch.
Branches, some leaves, and even some birds in our way as of now. As we go back to watch Aman Raj on the 16th from the middle of the fairway. Aman Raj also trying to stay steady for sure. He made birdies on 13, 14 and 15. Up at 12 under par now. Just not been starting his days very well. Aman Raj does tend to sort of catch up later on. Started yesterday and today also with bogeys on the first hole. Just sort of just gets you into a slow spot to begin with.
But a fantastic run, though. Three of birdies through 13 through 15, maybe looking to make it a quartet now. And
Impressive round also by Gaurav Pratap Singh so far, moving up to 12 under par for the tournament. Been a while since we've seen him up there.
Aman seems to be in the perfect position if he has to attack the flag. There's no better place than this. Fortunate to have got a lot of backspin on that. He would have been expecting that take a small little hop ahead as opposed to spinning back, leaving himself with a 25 footer for birdie, or maybe even a little more.
Having to live with the problems of too much compression is Aman Raj.
Looked good in the air as far as direction was concerned, but I think pitched it about 7 or 8 yards too short.
Chima short of the green here, making up and down, long way away. What percentage shot would be to sort of roll this ball up to the hole? Looks like Chima has taken an iron off his bag there. Letting it run towards the hole would be a good idea over here. Aryan Rupa Anand on our screens now. Aryan playing the 17th hole, coming in from that left side, green side bunker. Back to Angad Chima, playing a chip and run shot. Touch exhibited there by Chima, leaving himself just 2 feet for par. Keeps that face pretty square going back and square going through. Angad Chima letting that ball release after dropping on the green. Playing with a lesser lofted club, probably somewhat 9 iron or an 8 iron to run that ball. To learn from, if you have enough room on the green to work with, just get the ball on the green as soon as possible and let it run. Karthik, what a great birdie here from the long range here for Karthik Sharma, moving to 13 under par, solo at third position now, moving into the 17th hole.
Really well done there by Karthik. See if Aman can follow suit here. Or convert the birdie of his own.
Uses a lot of work of the club head, Aman Raj. It's like club head really pass his hands through the impact area in putting. Chima cleans up for a 4 there. Most players moving into the 17th with a long iron for their tee shot. Quick replay there of Karthik Sharma's birdie putt.
With the red shaft seem to be the rage these days.
Red shafts, red scores, anything to do with red for a golfer, all good then. Golfers seldom they want to see a blue number on their scorecards.
That putt would move Karthik to 13 under par. 3 shots. Behind the leaders, Harsh and Sachin. Leaders would be looking to make birdie on 15. The 15 is a reachable par 4 for a lot of these players.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
That's one of the things that I actually realized this time when I went to play the Q school is that putting it's especially from within 3 feet becomes really difficult if your stroke is not certain. You tend to second guess yourself and then you try and adjust. It's very difficult. I tried a different stance. You try to do a little bit of a forward lean with the putter, and I realized that putting is more than an art. It also requires a lot of repetition.
Sachin Besoya has made a birdie on the 15th hole, while Harsh Gangwar has dropped a shot here on the 15th, moving to 15 under par, and Sachin Besoya leads the way at 17 under par by 2 shots.
I would have thought that previous hole's par would have spurred Harsh on, but that's an unforced error to make bogey on that short hole.
Absolutely, that very much is a hole where players would be looking to make a red number, and if you go down that list, it probably is playing to about a 4.2 on 3.2. My apologies. Few bogeys on that hole, and mostly a bunch.
I want you to have a look
birdies.
at the putting stroke of OP. Confidence with which OP putts. That's really something that players should learn from. I jinxed it. Not too happy with that.
He seems to be walking rather fast here.
Maybe is that the camera work? I'm thinking that. Or maybe he's actually walking faster than time itself.
M. Dharma on the 72nd hole of this tournament. The 18th. Top right flag position for today. Tough flag location to get to.
Dharma, you clean up in style, and he does. Pulling that putt on the final hole. Dharma finishing in for a tie at 19th. And we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh. This would be Gaurav's best finish in quite a few years, I reckon.
I think so as well. In fact, more than anything else, I'm looking at the total number that he has gotten to, because he went to the Q school as well on the Asian tour this year, and getting to a good double-digit total number is of course nice for your confidence, and you can sort of egg on with that kind of a number on your shoulder, moving into big events of the season coming in, especially the Hero Indian Open. It's always good to collect this sort of number, get some confidence under your belt moving into the rest of the season. Gaurav Pratap Singh here on the 18th hole from about 6 feet all the way uphill to the hole. Takes that one in. Gaurav Pratap Singh fist pumping it. He knows it's important, and he knows it's important for him. Nicely done.
Gaurav Pratap finishing in style would finish in for a tie at 5th position as it stands right now.
We'll prize you shortly, as 3-hole scores are yet to be updated here. Aman Raj seems to be disturbed by our chatter.
Well, we'll try to keep it a little softer now. Aman here at hole number 17.
Aman also might want to keep it a little bit softer. Last one he hit, he actually spun it back.
To be in perfect position off the tee, though.
Absolutely, this dogleg towards the left hole. You want to keep yourself in play and then hit a really accurate iron shot. That's the only way to make birdie here. Nice shot there for Aman Raj. On 15 feet for birdie.
He's done just that with a fantastic shot here at hole number 17. Angad Chima now seems to be coming out of the rough there. A decent shot by Angad Chima as well would give himself an opportunity for birdie. Pretty aggressive tee shot by Karthik.
So being a left-hander, the shape of the shot that he can play off the tee is the opposite of what the right-handed players can play. So maybe that also has a part over here. Nice approach shot as well by Karthik. Very much a makeable birdie opportunity here on the 17th again.
Back to hole number 18. Screens is Aryan Rupa Anand. Probably going in with a 5-hand today with the pin position right at the back of the screen. Oh, that's a fantastic shot by Aryan. That's what they call a frozen rope. No movement, right at the target. Probably the best that we've seen all day. Shows you why Aryan is such a fantastic player. Also to note the fact that it's a pretty long iron coming in, and he's able to generate that kind of swing speed that ball pitched and stopped on a dime. Brilliant camera work as well. And for those of you who are joining us just right now, it's never too late to join the live golf proceedings here at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023 presented by Tollygunge Club, being played at Tollygunge Club Limited. This tournament offers a prize purse of rupees 1 CR.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
On those world ranking points, and also improve their ranking early on in the season. Very important because players can get themselves up onto the order of merit, especially for the players who did not get a complete exemption on the Q school. This would really be a shot in the arm for a lot of those players.
Quick mention also to the PGTI Tour partners, Tata Steel, Amrutanjan Fruit Nick Electro Plus, as well as American Express. The corporate support is the one that keeps the sport going and growing. Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies. Of course, most of us Indians know what Tata Steel is about. Tata Steel had a consolidated turnover of 20.4 billion in the year 2018. Amrutanjan Fruit Nick Electro Plus, of course, the hydration partner of the PGTI. It's a 127-year-old company. Has a very, very diverse product portfolio. It's an electrolyte drink is the Fruit Nick Electro Plus, juice-based electrolyte drink. Comes in a PET bottle and helps to rehydrate, energize, and helps to regain the electrolytes that are lost during sports, exercise, travel, and hot conditions. American Express, of course, is a globally integrated payments company that provides customers with access to products, insights, and experiences that enriches lives and builds business success. Their mission is to become essential to their customers by providing differentiated products and powerful backing to help them achieve their aspirations. As we go back, watch Aman Raj, who is aspiring himself to make this birdie putt over here. Karan Pratap Singh just coming up slightly short of that birdie attempt here on the 18th.
A look at some of the scores out on the golf course and some of the players who've finished their rounds. Anshul Patel with a 2 under par today. That will keep him in a tie for 44th. Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh with a fantastic 2 under par round. He has 3 holes more to go. We have Sanjeev Kumar in with a 5 under par today. And Udyan Mane with the round of the day thus far at 6 under par by the Olympian. Towards the top of the leaderboard, we have Sachin Baisoya at 2 under for the day, 17 under for the tournament. That's good enough for a 2-shot lead over Harsh, who is also at 2 under and 15 under for the tournament.
A great birdie there for Aman Raj, moving up to 13 under par for the tournament to tie alongside Karthik Sharma and Varun Chopra at position tie for third. Chima on the 17th cleaning up for par. Right left curler there on that short little putt.
A lot of break on that one. But he had to aim outside the hole, Chima. Chima looked well displeased with himself. And
Chima, unfortunately, is 3 over for the day and 8 under par for the tournament, dropping multiple spots today on that leaderboard. Certainly not the kind of day he was looking forward to. We go back to Om Prakash Chauhan here on the 18th hole. And not enough pace on that, not enough correct line as well.
leaving the stage clear for Aryan Rupa Anand with that birdie attempt that would be coming up. Really was a peach of a shot by Aryan Rupa Anand.
Hopefully he can follow suit on that putt and hit a peach of a putt as well. Birdie on the last to wrap up his campaign for this tournament and also end up shooting an even par today if he makes that putt. And certainly has even par for the day and 10 under par for the tournament. A great effort here by Aryan Rupa Anand in his first event as a professional golfer.
And in his short career as a professional golfer, he's been able to stave off over par. Fantastic golf by Aryan all around.
As well as a solid top 10 finish to begin his campaign here. Karan Pratap wrapping up for a par here on the 18th.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
On the 18th now, Karthik Sharma taking his tee shot for this back right flag location. He started it at the flag, going off a little bit to the right of the green there. Oh my God, that... Oh, what a lucky break there for Karthik Sharma. It goes out of this golf course and then comes back right in.
That's the kind of fortuitous bounce that you need. In reload otherwise.
Absolutely, and touch of ping pong there.
That's something that we didn't quite speak of. especially given my pessimistic views that how difficult this hole is and the role of the OB there, because these players are so good, but that OB lurks just about 15 yards right. And given the length that this hole is playing today, especially when the pin is at the back, the OB is actually in play.
I also see that your self-awareness seems to be growing as the time moves on.
Absolutely. They say you learn a little bit about yourself each day. If I would be standing on a hole like this, I'd be only looking at the outer bounds.
Angad Chima going with a little bit more of a conservative yardage approach there, leaving himself in the middle of the green with an uphill putt about 30 feet away from the flag.
Given that fact, that makes it all the more impressive. The shot that Aryan Rupa had hit on this flag, it may be placed about all of 210 yards, very slender towards the back of that green. And if you just miss it a little right, you can see that the ball can bound off into the OB. So
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Final hole of the tournament. 72nd hole being played here by this group as we wait for our leader group to get on to the 17th. Interesting to see the kind of shot that Karthik pulls off from there. He doesn't have much of room to work with, but certainly almost like getting a second life. Have you seen this? One of the world's luckiest shots was hit by Darren Clark. I'm not so sure what the golf course was, but it's an island green and it's a par 3. So Darren Clark hits the shot and sort of drops it past the flag, and it goes into the edge of the water hazard. There are pebbles, so it sort of hits a couple of them, and the ball sort of pops back up. And the commentator says, "There's an Irishman down there."
So they say, luck of the Irish. Maybe that's a little bit of Irish blood in Karthik as well. That was dead and buried. But for a little bit of that Irish luck that sent it back into the fairway, and Karthik wouldn't be complaining about that. No, sir.
I saw this hilarious quote by Lee Trevino yesterday. It's a drive down the fairway, belts it, and he says most people don't even go on vacation that far.
Good one. Let's see what if Karthik can make the most of that lucky bounce. Yes, he indeed does. I think he's going to hold it.
Oh, nice shot there by
Fantastic
Karthik Sharma.
shot.
Absolutely.
Well, that's what they say.
Envious.
You get a lucky bounce, might as well capitalize, and he's done that to perfection. He will end the week at 13 under par, and as it seems right now, that should be good enough for a tie of third.
Absolutely. It's very well done from there. Less room to play with, but Karthik made really the most of it.
Just about skirting the hole. As luck would have it, Sachin now finds himself sitting really pretty, just 3 shots. My apologies, not just 3 shots. 3 shots adrift towards to go. he can easily coast into victory. I think he's had his fair share of scares today from 5 shots and then tied for the lead. But
Certainly, but impressive with the way he's maintaining himself. Like we were checking his scorecard earlier on, he's only made one bogey per day, really playing very steady golf through and through the week so far. 2 more holes to go.
Aman Raj also a fantastic run by him in the last 5 holes. 4 birdies over the stretch of 5 holes.
You're playing to 4 under par on that back nine, huh?
Takes him to 13 under par, so also putting up a worthy challenge.
Aman Raj trying to chip that one in. He'll just still have to tap it in for his par on the final hole to be at 13 under par alongside Karthik Sharma and Harsh Gangwar.
We last caught up with Aman on hole number 13 when I said that his was going on rather pedestrian given his high standards, and I think he took umbrage to that, and he produced some scintillating golf after that. And lo and behold, he's at 13 under par,
Might have heard that.
and fantastic finish by Aman.
Nice 3 there for Karthik Sharma. The stroke of luck doesn't really count on the scorecard though. Great effort by all the gentlemen here in this group. Aman Raj.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Leader on hole number 17 finds himself on the beach.
Nice aggressive shot here. Went beautifully done and executed by Sachin Besoya. Befitting leader.
I guess that's 10 on 10. I think that would have been the final test.
Definitely beautifully executed shot there under this situation. Hit that one up near perfection.
Meanwhile, Varun is stalking what appears to be his birdie putt.
Varun Chopra sitting solo at second position, 14 under par. Varun makes his birdie. Can it add a little more pressure onto Sachin as we move into the final hole, or would 2 shots be enough? Going to be, seems like an underread for Varun Chopra here. So for par. Sandy par, should I say. That's it. Sachin Basoya would stay at 17 under par, leading by 3 shots, moving into the 72nd hole of the tournament. Sachin Basoya looking for his maiden title. Almost sure get his first W under his belt. Gangwar cleaning up there on the 17th hole. Currently, Harsh sits at 13 under par for the tournament. Had a bit of a roller coaster here in the back nine, unfortunately. It seems from the live leaderboard that Harsh has actually made a birdie here on hole number 17, as that rightly so. Moved up to 14 under par. That's a good comeback. Harsh and Varun Chopra stay tied at second position. Karthik Sharma, Aman Raj tied for the fourth position. Sachin Basoya leads alone at 17 under par. 3-shot lead coming into the 18th hole of the day and the 72nd hole of this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who are just about joining us for this last few bits of this tournament, this is the PGTI Players Championship presented by Tollygunge Club. This is a 1 crore rupee prize purse event hosted by the Professional Golf Tour of India at the Tollygunge Club in Kolkata. I am your host Rahul Bajaj alongside my co-host Shaurya Singh. Sachin Basoya leads the way at 17 under par, 3 shots away from the rest of the pack, and now ready to play the 72nd.
And if you are joining us just now, we'd like to tell you that it's never too late to do a good thing. And you're doing just that by joining the live coverage of this tournament, the inaugural on the 2023 PGTI circuit. PGTI is one of the most prolific domestic tours in the world, and now with the advent of world ranking points as well as the historic partnership with the DP World Tour, it is definitely one of the global tours that people do look forward to, and that has been evidenced by the overwhelming international participation in the recently concluded qualifying school. And some of the graduates have really shown this week, including the man on your screens, Varun Chopra.
My apologies, that's Harsh Gangwar on our screens. You also a product of the qualifying school this year.
Yes, and joining him is Kevin Steve Regal, who's also in for a tie at 11th, and Badal Hussain from Bangladesh, Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka, Toko Iwasaki. A lot of international flavor this week.
Harsh going to miss the green on the right side. Hopefully he's got a decent line there to save his up and down. Varun Chopra. Fast swinger. Even his practice swing looks like a supersonic one.
It doesn't waste much time.
Can't help it though, can you? Only...
Yeah, it's a difficult game now. 30 seconds and 3 minutes to find your ball, so you best hit it quick and hit it straight.
Absolutely. A long way away for Varun Chopra. He'd be putting from the US of A down here in Calcutta.
Good to see the galleries in attendance. Golf is nothing if not for the fans.
Sachin Basoya, our leader.
And the ardent supporters of the game. And
looks like a bit of an overdraw there. That'd be fine.
That should be all right.
That should be all right with the amount of cushion that he has. We almost bounce on it for now.
He did take the safety first approach. And that I think is a smart thing to do. Not flirting with that right hand side.
Well, I don't think anyone wants to try what Karthik Sharma did. Certainly, the man of steel should have tried that shot. Assuming that he did that on purpose. Chopra, pretty good swinger of the club, ball striker. A little false slope on the left side, ball tried to make its way on top, but didn't really. Sachin Besoya overcooking that tee shot on the 18th hole. Shouldn't be big trouble though for him. Sitting with a 3-shot lead. It looks like he's found the bunker, owing to that shot that we saw on the 17th. If he can hit another one like that, would be a great treat for the galleries. Best rounds of the day today on this final round. Udayan Mane, the Olympian, 6 under par on this final round to finish at 8 under par for the tournament. Shamim Khan, 3 under par for the day, 7 under par for the tournament. Steadily, slowly. So is Pereira at 7 under par to be at tie for 16th position. Adil Hussain couldn't really complete his campaign of being a good number under par, but finishes at a tie for 19th position. Hussain to finish 7 under par for the tournament. Sachin Besoya from that bunker. A little bit of an awkward lie. Shot there by Sachin Besoya using the little bit of release due to the lie of the ball, and pretty good effort there. We'll have about 8 feet for par.
Been the rookie show this week. Both Harsh and Varun really holding their own. You would expect it in years past that new players would feel the heat, but not this crop of players. They've been able to perform on the highest level.
Chopra not wasting too much time again. But we'll have another 5 feet left for his par, slightly downhill towards the hole. Not much a break on that putt though. Greens being true, of course, really helps. And the Tollygunge club this week has given the players absolutely immaculate conditions. Lush fairways, the ball on the green is rolling absolutely immaculately. End over end rolls. We really didn't see much of a bounce from the ball. Greens were also holding just the right amount of blend of a release and a hold as we've experienced this week. Really good, true rolling greens, as we say. Really helps the players, of course, to trust their putts and sort of, be more aggressive with them. That's the whole key. Gangwar to finish his campaign here, first tournament of the year of 2023. Trying to make par to finish on a positive note at 14 under par is Harsh Gangwar now.
This would be quite the debut. Take a little to the left.
Absolutely, could also reduce the pain a lot more of the 15th and the 16th if he just makes this putt, closes up on a positive note.
They should be in a putt to finish in for a tie in second position.
Should that be in? Should that be in? What a great scrambler,
yes,
Harsh Gangwar. What a great scrambler
brilliant.
he is. He's shown us some superb shot game over the last 2 days, hasn't he? Finishing at 14 under par for the tournament after 72 holes.
And isn't he elated, and rightly so? What a brilliant putt.
Absolutely. He's shown us some really good up and downs through and through. Really good scrambling stuff. And also, they say the mark of a good player really is the kind of scrambling that player does.
And you can see that what a good competitor Sachin is as well. It's a brilliant putt. Being given thumbs up by his competitor. Varun Chopra now. In addition to being a new professional, is also a great traveler because he's been able to take his game and travel with it and perform so well.
Besoya putting for par here on the final hole. Just about scrapes it through.
Varun makes that putt, so Varun and Harsh Gangwar would be in for a tie of second position, leaving the stage clear for Sachin Besoya, who would win this tournament at 16 under par. So my number was 17, but your prediction was correct in terms of who's going to win it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the PGTI Tata Steel Players Championship 2023 presented by Tollygunge Club is Sachin Besoya at a total score of 16 under par after 72 holes.
Fantastic play by Sachin. And you can see how much that means to him and his friends.
Worthy of a shower, isn't it?
Fantastic. That's the kind of support that he gets from his friends and players.
Amazing stuff there for Sachin Besoya. Finally, that monkey off his shoulder and ending up winning his maiden title here on the PGT of India.
An affable character. You see how much his friends care about him. Opie, another competitor, knows that this is a great moment, a watershed moment for somebody like Sachin, who's been chosen so many times and has been a professional for a considerable period of time, and to put in this kind of a performance is really praiseworthy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us for another few minutes as we are about to begin the prize presentation. Just as soon as the players end up submitting their scorecards, the prize presentation here will begin live on this channel.
Congratulations to our champion Sachin Besoya and all the other players who are here. It's been a great week of fantastic golf, and there's a winning moment. There you have it. Celebratory shower. Stay tuned from all of us here at the studio. We'll take your leave, but the prize ceremony is up shortly. We'd request you to stay here as the sponsors and seniors on tour, and everybody else will join you for a fantastic prize ceremony to celebrate our winner, Sachin Besoya.
As we sign off, I am your host Rahul Bajaj and your co-host Shaurya Singh. We sign off for the day. Please do stay around and hope to see you very, very soon.
first event of the season, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023, presented by Tollygunge Club. We were witness to a week of exhilarating golf at the first event of the season. There were some exceptional performances by the likes of Sachin Besoya, Harsh Gangwar, Varun Chopra. Dhruv Shoran shot a 63 7 under. Kartik Sharma. All of them performed exceptionally this week. We finally had a first-time winner this time around. We had a field of 126, 52 professionals and one amateur made the cut at 1 under par. Now to begin, I'd like to invite the following gentlemen here for the prize presentation. Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI. Mr. Anil Mukherjee, former CEO Tollygunge Golf Club. Brigadier Retired V. Ganapathy, CEO Tollygunge Club Limited. Mr. Deep Banerjee, Golf Captain Tollygunge Club Limited. Mr. Ajay K. Mishra, Chief Sales Planning and Admin, Flat Products, Tata Steel, and Captain Sanjeev Dheer, President, Tollygunge Club Limited. I'd now like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, to kindly address the gathering.
Thanks, Nicholas. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you all. What a fantastic week. I guess I had promised Deep last year that we will start with a bang, and we definitely will bring in a big event to the Tollygunge Club. I'm glad that we managed to do so. Deep, thank you very much for all your support. I guess this has been a long couple of weeks, especially for guys who've gone through the pre-qualifier stages in Jamshedpur, came up here for the final stage qualifier and then made it to this first event, and guys who've actually kept the card, the 34 pros. So congratulations to all of them. This week actually has been a test for most of them. I mean, to start with a prize money of ₹1 crore, obviously everyone wants to do well. A little pressure is mounting. I wish and congratulate Sachin. Fantastic win. His first victory on the PGTI Tour. So congratulations to you, my friend. I'm sure that you'll have plenty more. This is just the taste. Once you tasted blood, I'm sure you'll get plenty more kills after this. There are a lot of guys who actually played some exceptional golf over these last 4 days. Varun Chopra, one of them, who's flown in all the way from the US, went through the qualifier stages to keep his card and then finished runners-up this week. Well done, Varun. We'll see you up here shortly. But none of this would have been possible had it not been for the host club, Tollygunge Club. So thank you very much, Captain Dheer, the President, the Captain, Deep. Thank you very much, Brigadier Ganapathy, sir. And of course, Anil, I think this all started with you a few years back, and I'm sure that we've kept the momentum up. But of course, the prize money increasing every year, so well, I am sure that we'll probably do better the next year. But thank you very much for your hospitality. And of course, I'd like to thank Ajay for Tata Steel to be one of our sponsors and an umbrella partner, without whom, of course, the tour would not exist. So thank you very much for all the support that has been lent out to the professionals and the Professional Golf Tour of India. Now, I'd like one more thing to say about the members here. This course has been shut for 2 weeks with our final stage qualifier and this particular week. So I'd like to thank the entire membership for their understanding and patience. I know it's been tough to keep you off the golf course for these 2 weeks, but thank you very much. I know there is another golf course across, but thank you very much. I won't keep any more, but I'd like to thank everyone else who's been involved with this particular event in the background. So thank you for all your help and support. Look forward to seeing you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Captain Sanjeev Dheer, President, Tollygunge Club Limited, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Greetings to everybody from all of us at Tollygunge Club, players, the officials, and everybody else who was part of this tournament. You know, we guys have just finished our Tolly Fest. The euphoria was there. And you guys didn't even let it die down. You just pushed it up ahead some more. A big hand to them, please, everybody. the players. The very fact that you guys are here just speaks volumes about who you are and what you guys can do. But then, first amongst the equals, since this is a tournament, somebody has to win. The first amongst the equals has taken it. A big hand to him, please, everybody. Thank you, PGTI, for coming back. Like they say, na sher ko khoon chakha diya hai. We will not go for anything less now. Okay, thank you guys, and all the very best for the rest of the year. Play hard, work hard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before the prize presentation, we have some announcements to make. There's a special mention for the 2 hole-in-ones this week. Congratulations to Sanit Bishnoi for his hole-in-one on the 6th hole in round 1. And a big congratulations to Gaurav Pratap Singh too for his hole-in-one on the 11th, also in round 1. They will both receive rupees 20,000 each from the PGTI for their effort. Now moving on to the best performing amateur, and I'd request Mr. Deep Banerjee and Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly give away the trophy to the best performing amateur this week, which was local lads Sandeep Yadav with scores of 69, 70, 68 and 69 for a total of 4 under 276. Is the reigning All India champion too. We move on to the prizes to the joint runners-up, 2 professionals who finished in 2nd place, and I'd request Captain Sanjeev Dheer to kindly do the honors by presenting the prizes to Varun Chopra, all the way from the United States, playing his first event as a professional on the PGTI, and Harsh Gangwar, playing only in his 2nd season on the PGTI. Both ended up tied 2nd with totals of 14 under 266. They take away prize money check worth rupees 7,99,900 each. Moving on to our grand prize, I'd request Mr. Ajay Mishra, Chief Sales Planning and Admin, Flat Products Tata Steel, to kindly give away the prize to the champion this week, Sachin Vesoya, with scores of 64, 66, 65 and 71 for a total of 16 under 264. It's his first ever win as a professional. He's come close many a time, finally crossing the line today. Sachin, besides the trophy, he also takes away a giant check for prize money of rupees 15 lakh. Remember, it's the first event of the season, so he now leads the PGTI Order of Merit. Sachin. It's time for the winner's speech.
Thank you, PGTI. Thank you, all partner tour PGTI. Thank you, Tollygunge Club. Thank you, Manav sir. Thank you all the players.
Sachin, very shy and reserved, as usual. Yes, he prefers his golf clubs, doing all the talking. Finally, before we wrap up, we'd like to thank Brigadier V. Ganapati for all his support, the Tollygunge Club, members of the club, members of the committee, Mr. Gaurav Pundir and his team for the golf course, Mr. Sudeep Basu and his F&B team for all their support, the F&B team, all players, referees and officials, and of course our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly and Athletic Drive. Thank you and look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you.